Yo, what is up, friends, foes, and members of the Omni Council? My name's Daimien Kamiya and I'm the Omni King. We are back. Been about a week. Because, you know, I play this on my days off. I have not had a day off since last Saturday. But I now have 3 in a row, which means it is some Guild Wars time. We are going to Blitz Story. We can literally go straight towards the end of Heart of Thorns before we even need to touch a map completion again. Bloodstone Fen would be the next map, and it is a joke to complete, to the point that ArenaNet actually had to nerf it. And then we'll hopefully be able to get to Ember Bay. I have something I want to do in Ember Bay. Might get saved to Monday, because Sai may rejoin, and potentially also Ray, to join me in that endeavor. Ember Bay is where it starts to pick up a little bit, though, just because of that's when they started reintroducing hearts, so you have to do hearts for map completion. Now there's some things I want to show and talk about. I need to actually flip to the game though. So first things first, you'll notice is down here in the bottom corner, my mastery level's higher. Well, that's because the new expansion came out. Now I did not play the okay, so I did technically play the expansion, but I had to do this. I'm on Herald, and there's my greatsword. So I had to play a little bit of the expansion to unlock the weapon mastery thing. Thankfully, it wasn't hard. You just had to play through a couple instances of story, and then you talk to an NPC who basically gave the tried and true, oh, the power was in you all along type thing, and then you unlocked it. So it's account wide and everything, so all my characters can now do whatever they want. Yeah, so that's, you know, so that's the exciting part. I rehashed a lot of my builds here, equipment wise. So Herald has greatsword like I wanted. I put greatsword on the tank build. This one didn't change. That one didn't change. Obviously, that one changed. What's this one's Herald, so this one had shield in the first place, but this one got shield. The Vindicator set got shield. This one didn't change at all. It's still greatsword, sword. And then this one, I added short bow to it. So this was my, this is my, Herald. My Herald Condi. Right, I added short bow to it. Because to be fair, short bow and mace axe are the Condi weapons of Revenant. Right, so I have to run short bow. I can't get away with running anything else. It's the same with like my healers, right? It's staff and then it's staff and shield. There's just no other main hand weapon right now, so it has to be sword. Scepter is gonna get added in soon, and we're gonna see how that one plays out. I'm hoping for it to. I wouldn't mind it to be something like what Scepter is on Thief, where it's a Condi weapon against enemies and a healing weapon against allies. That would be kind of cool to me. Because then it would help balance out what's missing. Yeah, so that's what. But while it was there, I took a look at the new masteries, and there's 3 new mastery tracks. One of them is called Flight Training. The mastery track for this one, I'm gonna click train. It won't do anything here, but just so I'm not wasting experience if I ever go back to the map. This one is all based on instant things that occur on the new maps, right? So I didn't do it on this character, I should point out. So the new map is all the way over here, Horn of Maguma. There's 3 new maps, technically speaking. So since I was already in, I didn't do story. I just ran around, killed things, and did events. That was all I did. So I did story to the minimum I could to unlock weapon mastery. And then I just killed things. Because flight training is not exclusive to the new maps. what flight training basically does is it takes a lot of mechanics. It either buffs current existing mechanics on your sky skill, so like the ability to launch a fireball while flying, or the ability to mount and dismount in air. And if you have the other one that allows you to do that, you now have the ability to gain, you know, that 7 skill you have when mounting? It can sometimes randomly use that when you mount your sky skill, right? Wall spring. Now I already have that. So now it charges faster and launches farther. Combat launch. I can now mount my sky skill from combat every 3 minutes. And then we got the big ones. Enhanced updrafts, leyline acclamation, and rising spirits. All 3 of these allow me to use Griffin or Sky Scale on ley lines and updrafts, which is huge, especially going into Heart of Thorns and Living Story Season 3, where mounts were not available yet, but it was all about the gliding mechanics. I can now basically use them on my mounts. Now, I can't use them in story instances because I can't mount in them, but I can use them to get around, which won't be as necessary in Heart of Thorns now that I've basically map completed all the zones. But once we get to Living Story Season 3, there are 6 maps that will have updrafts and ley lines I can now take advantage of. So that alone is a huge, huge, huge boon. One second. I just remembered something and I want to write it down before I forget. Let me put this right here. Yeah, so I spent... Now, interestingly enough, you have to get these mastery points, right? There were exactly... I think I got 1 for doing enough story that I did. I got a few from doing events, which is why I have 3 extra. But there were exactly 24 mastery points standing around. So... I think I've shown them before. Like, you can only see them when it's on the map you're on, and I don't think so, there's any on this map. But it's like those little like fire icons, like basically gray versions of or colored versions. It's these things, right? There were exactly 24 of them throughout the entire expansion. Now, I would have technically had to do story to get to this map up here. But thankfully, Ray was incredibly kind enough, and Liana too, but I managed to catch Ray first, to let me teleport to Friend here, and then I was able to backtrack into the Wizard's Tower. So there was like, I forget how many, there were 2 in the Wizard's Tower, and then the other 2 maps added up to 22, so 24 in total. So I had you needed exactly 25 to complete that to complete the flight training mastery track. So I am very, very happy that I got this done. I literally got all the experience needed for Rising Spirits just last night, but I got all the others the first day I logged in. Another thing, dailies changed. So this is the daily thing now. It's called Wizard's Vault. There's daily and weekly. Every day it'll just give you a thing to do. And it's some of it, and then there's also special ones. And then they give you a currency which you can then use in this shop here to buy various things. I'm not too concerned right now with what's here. I might check that out because you can get one of those. There's a griffin there. I don't know when these reset. I'm assuming they reset weekly. But yeah, so I can't do a lot of these because like these special ones are tied to the new content. Jade mechs are technically tied to Kantha and the new content. The 11 I killed were on one of the maps in the new zone. Rifts are the new content. Meta event is in End of Dragons, which I can't get to. I might be able to get the legendary one, though, if we push it further enough into story, because I'm sure there's a legendary ranked enemy in the story. So some of them I might not be able to do. Like, if it literally tells me to do anything in End of Dragons, I can't do it. I do hope these things include more of the living story content, because, like, I've said before how much I hate that LS3 is basically a dead zone. LS4 isn't, because that's where you get the sky scale. But LS3 is because, like, the only thing you can really get out of that is Aurora. And you don't need to actually really do anything there. Yeah, some of the metas can help, but all you need to do is just daily farm all the nodes and you're fine. Because like the sky scale where you needed 250 of every map's individual resource, that's what you needed for Aurora. You needed, you needed that for every, for everything. You need 250 of each. I remember I had the last thing I needed was the Bloodstone Rubies, because the a lot of those nodes are capped. You can only farm so many in a day. Once you get it, all other nodes disappear. And I think that one's by account too. Well, except for winter berries. Winter berries are by character, so you can farm them all and then change characters. Farm them all, change characters. But yeah, those maps are basically dead, and I hate that. I hate that they're dead. Even I feel like Dry Top and Silver Waste have more population on them than fucking LS3 maps do. So I really hope they add in, like, oh, fight this boss. Now, obviously, it would be based on owning the expansion, of course, but still. But yeah, so some of them, like, you may see the new map. If I get another one that says, like, Vista and Horn of Maguma, I'm going to the new map to get it. I'll go on my Reaper to do it, the character that I was on. But if there's if it's a certain thing like, do this meta on the new map, I won't do it. I promise. I could do Fractal, but I'm not really interested. Like, I'm probably not going to get too much out of these, because the dailies give very little, weeklies give a little, and specials give a lot. But I'm not doing the specials, because that requires progressing story and stuff, and I'm not doing that, so. Anyways, we're going to continue with the story. Yeah, so I got really upset with the daily change, too, because I was one away from the last chest on the daily logins, and I blame Ray because she jinxed me. I really wish that, like, if you logged in on the last day, it just would have given you everything up to the last chest, just as, just sort of like as an honor thing, because, like, it felt bad that I worked my way up to the just before the last chest and then didn't get it simply because they wanted to change the system around. People do, I've heard people like this, but it just takes some getting used to, because, like, it just allows you to, get more out of dailies, and they can include, like, gem store stuff now, too. It's just gonna be something to get used to, and people are presuming things like Mystic Coins are really going to get affected, and that's probably what's in the Legendary Starter Kit, not gonna lie. Like, what do Mystic Coins cost now? Let's check. I think they were... Yeah, they went up. I think they were about 50 silver each, 50, 60 silver. They at least doubled in price, for sure. No, the Mystic Forge weapons are expensive. I don't have them all, but I didn't realize they were that expensive. What is the difference between these two? Oh, that one's consumable. But that's the one I have. Unless they gave it a difference. I'm confused.
Good to see you back in Hallback.
So for today, for the next few days, hey Nick, how are you? For the next few days, I'm gonna be playing characters that got weapon modifications with the new expansion. So like Greatsword Herald, Sword and Shield Vindicator, Greatsword Base, and what was and then Short Bow Herald.
Tell me, what is it? The journey continues. You have my attention.
New chapters. I knew there was one new chapter. Did another one get posted? Like a new chapter 14 came out. Oh, 15 came out. 15 must have just come out because I was looking for it. One sec. I'm gonna glance through this. Yeah, I saw 14 came out like a week ago. Or you know, something like that. I remember catching 14. 15 must have just come out though. Yeah, I just want to read through this because I'm really enjoying this manga, so... Where'd you get the glasses? Yeah, where'd you get the glasses from? Manga chapters are short, so it's easy to read through them really quick, but I'm really enjoying this one, so... Oh, that's how it ends. So, the guy's projecting, basically. So the guy's accusing him of taking people's lives to stream when he's trying to do the exact same thing. Not realizing that there could just potentially be someone that strong. No white beer won't intend anything like that. You have more than enough challenge for Jormag and the Sons of Swap.
You don't understand. This is bigger than us. Jormag is dangerous, but it's only one member of the Pack of Elder Dragons.
I understand more than you think.
No, you don't. If you did, you'd know that Mortremoth's reach is spreading. Its tendrils are showing up all over the place.
The Elder Dragons each behave differently. We're only beginning to learn of Mordramoth's power. I just don't believe White Bear would leave here while Jormag's threat looms.
Remember, we're not responsible for all over the place. We're responsible for our people. It's something that White Bear will leave Holbrook right now. So Holbrook, it'll be too late. Now people will have 2 dragons attempting to destroy us. We have to challenge the greatest threat first.
I know what would make White Bear more likely to attend your summit.
What's that?
If he had fewer headaches, he'd be more inclined to leave Holbrook.
That's true.
The
That could
Sons of
work.
Saunir have been even more trouble lately. Killing and corrupting.
The problem is he can't, like...
We'll take care of it.
I don't know how he... Like, the other problem, too, though, is I don't know how he could reveal how he's that magically powerful without doxing himself.
You head straight to Frostforge and find the totem. Bram and I will make our way there from the other side.
You and me?
We won't be far away. White Bear will be all the more impressed if you deal with this alone. If you're successful, I'll speak to White Bear myself.
Nope, confirm the plan with Bram.
Hey.
Yeah, but... Well, I suppose... Yeah, that's... Sort of. Okay, she doesn't... I don't think she 100% knows. So, Crow, the prostitute, and the Saintess, those 3 know for sure. They know. However, the Princess and the Demon Lord only highly speculate. They've not yet had 100% confirmation it's him. They're just like 99% sure. But if she were to... But she could still point out that she knows the streamer has more mana than her. She could at the very least still point that out. That is true.
Can I have your attention?
Oh, by the way, I got a new raptor skin because I thought this... I've always thought this one looked really badass. So I bought this one instead. Only problem is the coloring. Like, watch what I mean. Like, if I just say put this green right here. Oh. See, the legs are fine, but the armor takes on... It's really hard to deal with the armor. Yeah, it is kind of sad. I'm more curious about, like, what her role is going to be. Because, like, let's be fair. Out of the 5 girls, she's the most underwhelming by far. Like, a princess with kingdom authority, a saintess with the entire church behind her, a demon lord with basically the entire demonic army, and a highly skilled assassin. Like, what does the prostitute have? Right? So I'm actually curious as to where where her character is going. Or is she going to be kind of like the Usopp of the crew, where it's like she exists to be the more normal one? But it just doesn't catch me as that kind of manga to simply just, you know, let her get, or to simply just have her be nothing. She's gonna end up providing something of use. Oh, look at how fast the great sword is! Oh, with quickness. Oh, this is great. Look at how fast it swings! Yeah, I wasn't planning on putting greatsword on the tank build, but I realized that because it has a block, it's actually a really good weapon for a tank build. Or yeah, maybe, I don't know. She's not been shown that ability yet, right? So we can only speculate, but yeah, maybe she ends up having connections to the underworld or something, like the darker side of society. Or has, like, influence over it or something, right? That sounds reasonable to think. Because it is something... It is also something that the other four do not influence. Right? It would be something that they don't overlap on. So that would actually be something that could make sense.
Might and glory.
Protect the totem
We'll hold the
links
gate.
from any fools
You
who
get
come
in there
by
and
while
bust
we
his head.
perform the ritual.
I feel furious.
Alright, once I'm out of combat, let me switch to my last set. I want to see how short bow functions with this build.
You have much to learn.
'Cause it's gonna really require me to get close. Because of the nature of the torment sphere. And it's gonna be really energy taxing too. Because I with short bow, I actually like using all the skills. I'll see if maybe I can develop... I'll have to see. The most broken... The funny and broken isekai... What's that? Like, what? I'm in the problem now where eight build setups is not enough.
Pay for your foolishness. Die! Dragon friend, I would strike me down. There are others just waiting to take me and destroy me.
Had enough.
The power of Minecraft? Wow. That actually sounds kind of funny. Right, let me pause. I think this story's going to play out, so while it plays out, I'm going to analyze this. Because as much as I like Herald and Elevated Compassion on a, where are they?
Yeah! I'd almost forgotten.
On
It's
a
fighting
Condi
foe.
build, I'm really considering not running this
That was impressive.
and running a base build.
Thanks. That was the first time I've ever seen you fight. I guess the legends are true.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. So,
Awkward.
So,
It's really going to come down to
Nice
invocation or
I could eat a
devastation
whole
as the
Goliath.
final trait tree, which is straight up damage or more stance related.
And we can celebrate with a feast.
But considering on a base level, Demon is the only Condi stance, like, the only other pseudo Condi stance would be Herald, really. Because it gets one skill that does Condi, and it's a Condi beast underwater with burning. But Devastation's more about strike damage, so it's not really going to boost Condi that much. There's 20% more damage to an enemy that has over 80% health, and then there's another one when they're under 50%. So between 80 to 50%, I lose 20% damage, but the rest of it is all there. Those are the best traits there for damage. Though I can get quickness if I swap my weapons, which is a bit overhauling on this, because switching between mace and short bow is like, you know, you're switching between a bow and a melee weapon. It's a bit jarring. And then this one, might with less condition damage is kind of counterintuitive to a Condi build. And then having a thing that steals health isn't really that important, so it pretty much is Assassin's Presence. While an Invocation, I can basically buff my Fury. I can buff stance switching, which doesn't make any sense because I pretty much would not want to ever leave Demon. If I invoke a legend, I can get that. That does sound kind of interesting. All damage is increased. So this one has all damage is increased, and increased additionally if you have an offhand weapon. So I get a 5% damage buff alone, like, and that actually, these two traits are strike damage only, right? So just the damage from physical contact. This is all damage, and mace and axe will get slightly stronger because of the axe offhand. While in this one, as long as I have Fury, it's a straight 10% boost. However, maintaining Fury will not be easy. I can get Fury when I disable a foe, but I only would have Call to Anguish and I think Temporal Rift. And Bow 5, I guess. That would classify as disables. I'd get 11 seconds of Fury. Oh, no, that would drop. Because I would lose the concentration bonuses I get on Herald. There's no real other way to get Fury, and the only other way to help generate Fury is to have offhand sword, assassin stance, or Herald, of course, or Assassin's Presence, which I would not be running. Yeah. I get Might when I grant Fury. While your health is above the threshold, strike damage is increased by 10%. And the other cool thing too is like, yeah, as long as I can maintain Fury to a decent amount, you would up my crit, because Rolling Mist makes it so crits have a 55% chance. The real problem with doing this, though... Yeah. No, they are pretty good. The real problem with doing this, though, is it's slowly defeating the purpose of embrace the darkness. Like, not to say that this is bad, like, this is a bad skill, but the entire reason is that my other build doesn't use it that much, especially with how overpowered Renegade's abilities can be. So I was using this, and then I could generate quickness, which allowed me to hit Condies more. Which is why I was also running Herald. That is not what I wanted to do, game. Because now I gotta wait 9 seconds before I can fix that. Yeah, I think this is my real problem, is just there's not a huge amount of Condi support on Revenant. Like, Demon stance is pretty much the only stance that really gives Condi. I wouldn't even say Kala's gives Condi that well. Yeah, it has one skill that can add bleed to your attacks, but that's really it. You can get a 5% Condi bonus as well from Kala's favor, but I wouldn't really say Kala's is the most Condi related. It can also increase bleed damage while you have Fury, but because it's like, I feel like even if I factor Mace in more than Shortbow, the strike damage and the bonus damage here with Mace, is like, all that seems all well and good, but the problem just simply comes down to quickness. Quickness here is too valuable. Being able to strike 50% faster on a Condi build is huge, because it allows you to dish out Condis faster. Yeah, I do keep an eye on the recaps when one interests me. I also really wish that the last traits in the Condi tree were different, because it's all based on Invoke Torment, which Invoke Torment occurs when you switch legends. But why the fuck are you switching legends when there's no real other Condi stance to switch to? Condi does not harmonize between two stances. You're basically locked in one. There's no switching. They need to add in a new character that's like legitimately Condi focused for a demon to be able to switch with demon a lot. And to me, this is these are all garbage. Especially permeating pestilence. Like, I can transfer 3 of my conditions to an opponent when I do that. It's like, to me, like, that seems like a PvP skill, sure, but like, not in PvE. I'd never touch that in PvE. It's garbage. And then, like, they need to add, whatever that trait is, they need to add confusion to it, because you still get a buff for confusion in demon stance, but you don't actually get confusion anymore. Like, it really just comes down to that problem. I'd love to run base Condi Rev, but there's literally no support for base Condi Rev. It's base Rev with Condi support. Because Demon's all you get in base. Like, all you have, your base are these 4 at the bottom. And that's solid damage, that's speed, that's healing, and that's Condi. It doesn't harmonize with any of these. I tried to consider maybe doing a healing Condi build, but there's no gear stat types that really supplement that. So if I were to do that, I would have to look into... I'd either have to run Celestial... or try to mix and match gear to try and get the stats that I'd be looking for. Because for healing, you have to focus on healing power and concentration. For Condi, you need to focus on condition damage and expertise. And then you need power and precision just to do damage and trigger effects. And then, you know, ferocity is just a bonus. But that's basically every stat. Pretty much toughness, vitality, and ferocity are almost non-existent in this. But you need 6 other stats. And there aren't even stat types that can mix and match. Like I think there's power, precision, condition, but then there's no stat type that's healing power, Condi, expertise. Like, you have some, like, you know, you have Vipers. Like, I could maybe try and see if I could do, like, Vipers and Harriers. But at that point, I feel like it's just better to run Celestial. And just get everything instead. But then I feel like I'm underwhelming in a lot of aspects. I'm trying to rely on doing too much rather than specific things.
Thank you for destroying the totem.
We're always happy to send the Svanir home crying.
That's exactly how I feel.
Yeah.
I have to go now. May you always walk with Wolf at your side.
You too.
Mm-hmm. I'll have to take some thinking into it. Yo, shout out to the Sky Scale combat mounting. Hey, sheep. Suck it. Take the fireball! Take the fireball! I just noticed something. Something I need to rectify. There's an undiscovered zone on my map. There we go. Oh, this one. I remember this one all too well. This is one of the ones that had a really hard achievement.
Well, Rox, you're actually showing your face. That shows courage, considering what you're here for.
Tribune?
You want me to talk the Imperator into attending your summit, and yet you disobeyed my order to end Scarlet.
I had to make a battlefield decision, Tribune.
If it hadn't been for our friend here, Scarlet would still be out there murdering people and ruining Tyria one city at a time.
Yes, Tribune.
At ease, soldier. Excuse me while I discuss this with someone I know I can rely on.
Sure haven't lost any of your drill sergeant charm. I'm rough on her, but someday somebody has to be. She's too soft inside. She'd been dead long ago if I hadn't toughened her up. You're gonna punish her for not killing Scarlet? Nah. I understand why she did it. Besides, she's free agent now. She and I don't see eye to eye anymore. Of course, that doesn't mean I'm gonna give her grief when she needs it. I'm scared. All I can say is that I'm not responsible for her anymore. Anything she screws up doesn't reflect on me. She's on her own. She told me why you're here. Why we're here. You know, she mentioned something about how you want Imperial Smolder to attend a strategic gathering for us.
Tribune, we also have information that will interest you and Imperator Smoder. It's about the Elder Dragons.
I know. Words reached me that Mordremoth is active.
That's an understatement. It's been destroying entire forts. We're not sure how far it can reach. The Black Citadel
Has enough to worry about with branded and Ascalonian ghosts.
Alright, I'll keep that in mind.
As a matter of fact, that's why I asked you to come in person. I carry Sohothan, my blade. It's said to have the power to reverse the foe fire.
Is that true, or just a myth?
I plan to test it. After years of research, I finally found the proper combination of elements to unlock the sword's powers.
You could rid us of all the ghosts?
That's the idea. We do that and Smoder will have less to worry about. Then we can convince him to attend the summit.
Drink. Hey, Fagia, how are you, man? Good to see ya. How's streaming been going for you? Hey, chicken nuggets. All right, see you later, Nick. I'm going to probably be streaming for quite some time, so... Oh yeah, I remember. I forgot that Season 2 basically forced you to participate in many types of events.
Let's get this show on the road. Hang on.
I'm doing well, chicken nuggets. How are you?
Ghosty.
Give it my all. Might and glory.
This shouldn't take long.
Like, I don't want to rely too much on that one Herald trait where the upkeep gives you quickening. I don't want that to be the center focus of many builds just because of the nature of they're gonna nerf it. I already know they're gonna nerf it. There's no way they're not nerfing it. That trait's fucking crazy. But for a Condi build, quickness can be super uber important.
Gave it my all.
Just a couple more tweaks and we're done. Okay, one down, one to go. Follow me.
Might and glory.
Where'd he go? Oh, jeez. Bombardment! Bombardment! Since these guys are keeping them in combat, I can just keep I can just keep blasting fireballs down.
Oh, the hip bone's connected to the ankle bone. Almost there. I'm getting goosebumps.
This is actually fun. Like I have nothing to fear.
All that's left is configuring the remote configuration and tempo. Ah, isn't she a thing of beauty? Sheet started. Check. Dose schedule. My work here is done.
Back to Ritlock. I think. Oh. think I have to do the event here.
Ready to fight.
Seize the moment.
Mysterious stone. Not what I want.
I feel furious.
Eat. Spell. Stupid flame. Hey, mage. Eat your own spell.
That's valuable.
Artifacts for some serious research.
Alright, rock pile. Now where am I going? Oh yeah, this one. I did this event when we were map completing. I complimented it.
How wonderful. You sweet, innocent children have come to play at my home.
We're not sweet. We're ferocious warriors. Rawr.
Oh yes, I can see that. Come closer.
I feel furious.
I have something for you. It's a warrior's prize, worthy of your courage.
A present? I want one. What is it? An unbreakable shield? Is it a flaming sword like Tribune Brimstone's?
It's something even better, little ones. For your bravery, I reward you with...
Endless torment!
Don't run away, children. Come back and play with me.
Swift and steady.
I'm not tough. He wasn't that tough. Leave me alone. Oh, I was going to kill that one myself.
Incoming.
Get away from me!
Nice. Plenty to keep me occupied.
What happened? She gone?
Gone? My cubs are still gone. I want them back.
Rhea,
Getting access to Shorpo helped with Condi on non-Renegades builds, but there's still not enough stances to really support it, outside of maybe
The
Herald.
children are mine now. Claim them, and I will consume your old dusty souls as well.
There is Bria.
No, you cannot. But I'll break you and send you far from here, Bria.
Ghost and a necromancer? I didn't know that was possible.
Bria was no ordinary necromancer. Even Adelbern's curse couldn't bind her for long.
The Fofire? If she was a ghost of Ascalon, doesn't that mean she will reappear?
Yes. And in time, she will regain all of her strength and abilities, even as a ghost.
Great. Let's get out of here before that happens.
Indeed. And urge your young not to play in these woods.
All right. Back to the task at hand. Welcome back. I need to change sets. Like, I want a second Condi build. I just got to figure out how I'm going about it. Because again, there's nothing really that supports a backup Condi, which is why I'm running Herald, because at least quickness supports Condi in its own right by allowing you to apply conditions faster.
I've also received your request. If this mission eliminates even a portion of the enemy, I will attend your summit. What's the plan, Brimstone? That should be everything we need to cleanse the Fofire.
How do you know this will work?
It'll work because I said so.
No problem, no
You're on
problem.
point, Brimstone.
I'm just blitzing through stories, so I've got a lot prepped up, so I can pretty much go. So what I'm doing now is Living Story Season 2. And then right after is the first expansion, Heart of Thorns. I have all the maps associated with both of those pretty much fully completed. So all I have left to do is just story. So
Frostbite and I are ready to stomp some ghosts.
I think I'm halfway through Living Story Season 2 right now. In all honesty, I'd also love to have another hammer build, but I don't see that happen. Hammer is so slow on Revenant that you need quickness to even make it half functional. But I wouldn't mind being able to use the hammer's abilities. Because of the pressure I have to put on to maintain the upkeep, I don't really get to do that. It's also a shame, too. Hammer was more or less designed around Dwarf, but Dwarf's mechanics ensure that it stays at a range, or it stays at a close call. No problem, no problem.
I guess there's no turning back once we step through that arch, huh?
You prefer to go back to the Farrar, Cub?
No, sir.
So remember how I said before that every boss you fight for each racial tutorial.
You used to do that when you were a cub. Come on, let's get this over with.
You refight again at some point in time. This is where you refight the Char one, the statue that you fight. So this achievement was a bitch. There's one achievement in this fight that requires you to beat the fight without getting hit by any shockwaves or AoE circles. And there's no cheesing it. Like, there's nowhere you can stand where you're safe. This might actually go rather quickly, though, just because of the damage I'm dealing.
We need to kill Ghost to charge so often.
Oh yeah, not allowing menders to reach to him is another important thing. This is all going to be easy just because of the buffs I'm putting out. Like, I'm maxing out my allies. Like, look at Retlock's stats there. Keep in mind, too. Oh, yeah, you can't get hit by the Spectre Flames. That's another one. So I would have lost the achievement right there. Yeah, Herald's probably the most deadly when it comes to this fight. Especially with the quickness buff, like I'm like all my allies are just basically just getting like beefed.
We need to kill Ghost to charge so often.
Yeah, I did all this on my Reaper, and you got to keep in mind, while I've toughened out my Reaper a little bit, one of the biggest problems my Reaper had was that probably like 90% of his DPS is when he's in Shroud. So if I run out of Shroud, which, keep in mind, Shroud is not only a duration meter, but also a health bar. So if I get hit with enough damage, I can basically get out of, I can get insta-outed of Shroud. And that's where I lose all my DPS again. So there have been times where it's like I'm struggling to try and get in, to try and do an achievement when I can't because because of the shield. Or, because, I don't have Shroud. I can't DPS anything.
From this curse. I have to go after it. Without it, we'll never end this war. Go!
I need to go after him.
The portal is closed. You can't.
But,
Stand down, soldier. You'll be fine. If anything, I'd be worried for the poor souls that get in his way. This is his mission, not yours.
I do hope that at some point in Guild Wars 2 they get rid of the free Ascalon. I'd hate to see the ghosts come back in Guild Wars 3, that's all I'm saying. So this is something me and Sai were talking about before, is that we feel like someone purposely opened that portal. Like, that might not have been supposed to happen for the story, or for his ritual, but it did happen. And like I was saying, that I feel like maybe Lissa or someone opened that portal. Oops. Oh, where am I going? Here. To Divinity's Reach. Now, I might look into another hammer, but if I'm gonna run hammer, it's probably gonna be assassin. I feel like it would have to be assassin. But if I run hammer, I cannot run herald. No question about it. I cannot run herald. Because it would just end up being an identical to this one. Like, it would run this, it would run devastation. Might even run invocation. If I could figure out a mace Condi or a hammer Condi build, that would be amazing, but that would never happen. I wouldn't actually mind trying to figure out a hammer short bow build, though. I think that would be kind of cool to run a ranged set. But the problem is that short bow is heavily Condi influenced. Like, let's look. I have Guild Wars 2 skills open here, the build editor. So what we'll do is we'll open up... I don't know if this is updated yet, so we'll just open up Vindicator. We're going to give myself short bow. Oh no, I picked the click Vindicator. My bad. I meant Renegade. We'll go short bow. So our short bow's default damage at level 8 is 231 damage. Right? We'll write this down. Right? Just to get an idea. We do default, and we do Berserker, and then we do Vipers, as those are basically the premier sets, right? So, what was it? I'm just looking at the basic attack here. I won't look at, or you know what? We'll look at the basics on all of them. So, we'll make this into kind of a table. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, so basic is 231. This one's 426. This one's 770. You know what? I gotta scrap this whole thing. Because to keep track of this, I also have to pay attention to the Condi numbers, right? Because that's also would be a huge factor in all this. So let me get a new sheet of paper here. All right, let's divide it into 3. Right, and divide it again into 6. All right, so we got default, Berserker, and Vipers. So default is 231 with 66 in bleed on 3 seconds. The 2 is 426. With 3 hits. And then we got 528 on bleed. We got 8 seconds and 3 stacks. The 4, I'm only counting damage, so the slow will not count. So the 4, we have 712 on 4 hits. And we have 1572. 3 seconds. Oh no. And it's 4 stack. And then the last one is 1. Oh, did I skip one? I skipped the 3, didn't I? I skipped the 3. Alright, well the 3 will just be at the end. So this is going to be 1, 2, 4, 5.
Everything has unfolded as I knew it would.
Sadly, the world remains a dangerous place.
5 is, sorry, 107. So this is basically equipping a short bow that has no stats, right? Like literally bare minimum default. Like you can't even get a short bow that does no stats. And then we got burning for 524 for a total of 4 seconds. And then the 3 is 770 with 7 hits. And then the torment is 924 slash 1336 for 6 seconds with 7 stacks. All right. So now what we do, I'm not checking this with any, I'm just checking this with gear alone, nothing else. So now we'll do full berserker test. And I'll even use I'll go based on the raid set, which is Root of the Scholar. Not that I imagine that really matters much anymore with the addition of relics. Alright. So now the damage has increased to 6, 5, 1. And bleed has not changed. 66 and 3. So none of the condis, I imagine, are going to change at all. Yeah, none of the condis change. So I'm not even going to bother re-recording those. This one goes to, the 2 skill goes to 1203. On a 3 hit. The 3 is 2170. A 7 hit. The 4 is a 2004 on a 4 hits. And the 5 is 300 on just flat 300. Right, so now we go to Vipers. Like basically the general consensus is that if you run Condi, if a weapon has Condi on it, Condi will out DPS. It's like, I know I'm not factoring in precision and ferocity, because that alone, especially if I can reach, especially with Vindicator's help and stuff, because, like, you know, like, if we back this up a little bit here. And go back to the Berserker one, double check what the stats would be. While that's loading, let's just get all Vipers set. The other... Oh, you know what I didn't check either? I didn't check to see how all of my builds got destroyed because of the addition of relics. So I know I lost the bonus on water. Oh, water didn't really matter to me. That one didn't. I think don't think that one changed at all. Okay, that one thankfully didn't change. I know the monk one. I lost the. Okay, so monk may end up needing to be replaced then, because it removed 10% boon duration. Okay, I'm sitting at 100% boon, so I don't actually need to change that then. If I'm going to be at 100% boon, then it actually doesn't matter, because then the healing is just more valuable. But as you can see here, I dropped. But 5% should be able to be maintained through food. Yeah, just that utility alone gave it to me. So I don't think there's really any worry about me getting rid of Monk. But I did lose the trait that makes it so that when you heal, you gain a bonus to healing percentage. Yeah, the whole relic thing is kind of... All my characters got a free, like 3 free relic chests, and I found a few while on the new map and stuff. I need to really look through them to decide what I want to do, though. Like, here's the relic of the monk. This one's probably fine to give to... And they're exotics, too, which is kind of crummy. Can I equip that same relic here, too? Okay, well, at least they have monk. I'm going to have to look through the others to decide what I want, because for them, I didn't really factor in what the relic type effect was. These ones, I specifically went with that. So every time I grant a boon, I gain increased healing effectiveness, which was an aspect of why I picked monk in the first place. But, like, the support ones are probably going to want more boon-related ones. You know, the Condi, I'll look for, like, Condi-related ones and stuff. And so, like, there's conditions, there's power. Like, if we look at the condition chest, and you got Afflicted. Create a Death Nova at a foe's location upon their defeat that inflicts poison and bleeding. Plus, gain 3% condition duration for 8 seconds when inflicting weakness or vulnerability on a foe. After using an elite skill, launch icicles to nearby that may inflict chill. After using an elite skill, emit a wave of corruption that inflicts damaging conditions. Inflict torment for 6 seconds upon successfully evading an attack. Fear causes foes to move 50% slower. Nightmare. After using elite skill, send forth a nightmare pulse that inflicts fear and poison on nearby enemies. Chill nearby enemies after executing a shout. Upon applying a barrier, gain 0.1.5% condition duration for 6 seconds. After using an elite skill, summons a pool on the target enemy that inflicts poison and cripple. Pool's cool duration scales with recharge of the elite skill. So there's a few, like, Afflicted doesn't look too bad. Every time I kill an enemy every 10 seconds, you know. Crate's not too bad. I'd have to look up what the crate trait was originally. I think it's poison and bleed as well. But I'm not sure how much I feel about elite skill type ones, because I don't necessarily always use elite skills that much. and especially on my renegade, both elite skills are channels. They're not, or like they're upkeeps. They're not just use type skills. So I don't know, like if I use it, I'm staying in it. So I'll have to inspect that. And then power. Brawler, gain 10% strike damage for 4 seconds when granting protection or resolution to yourself. After using an elite skill, call down an artillery strike on the target nearest enemy or target or nearest enemy that inflicts stun. After dodge rolling in combat or evading an attack, your next attack is guaranteed to crit. 10% strike damage for 8 seconds when you use a cantrip. Enemies hit by your trap skills become hunted by you, increasing your strike damage and condition damage against them by 10 seconds. By 10% for 5 seconds. Upon dealing strike damage using a weapon skill with a recharge time of 20 seconds or more, gain 10% strike damage for 6 seconds. Refreshes duration on stack. That actually sounds like a kind of interesting one, because there's also not many weapon skills that have 20-second or longer cooldowns. You'd have to really look at that. Like even if I looked at like, what is it? Yeah, like even I don't even know what the longest cooldown on Renegade is. I think it would probably be Staff, wouldn't it? Okay, she got Shield 5. Shield 5 would fall for that. And Staff 5. But I think that's it on this class. Like, I don't think Axe does anything. Nope. Skill, upon striking in any of the weapon skill that has a recharge or resource cost, gain 1% strike damage for 6 seconds up to a max of 5 seconds, and then refresh duration of all stacks to 6 seconds. Yeah, I don't know what I really want with these. That's why I've kind of just not bothered with them. Yeah, like just looking at this, like, so looking at the basic attack using Vipers, so it's about 120 damage less than Berserker, but than Berserker, but the condition makes it. The condition damage is 5 seconds instead of 3, and it's 481 damage on the bleed, rather than the 66. So the damage alone on bleed is more than 3/4. Like the damage alone on bleed is almost 4 times the amount of bleed, which is huge. Like, I just almost feel like Hammer needs a rework. Like, I'd love to use Hammer. Hammer, I feel like, really needs to... So Hammer needs quickness, but I also feel like Hammer pairs well with, Assassin. Like, that's another thing I'd like to try and do, is run an Assassin build. I actually don't have an Assassin build. I'd like to have a build for each stance, right? Like, Or, you know, like this one's primary dwarf. This one's kind of a back and forth, but mostly demon. Well, mostly both. Both can support Condi, but like it depends really what weapons in my hand. If I'm running short bow, I'm usually using Kala because it's more supported for the range aspect of things. Renegade DPS support is pretty much Renegade, though I do use Assassin on occasion, but it's mostly about the Alacrity. Like that's pretty much what the build is around. This one's all about Herald, like 100% Herald, all the time. No doubt about it. 100% Herald. This one is Ventari with Herald support. And this one was Ventari, like it was supposed to be kind of a combination, but it's pretty much just Ventari, and occasionally I go Vindicator when I want damage. Vindicator is entirely all about Vindicator. And then this one was supposed to be Demon with Herald support. Or Condi with Herald support. But right now I feel like I wouldn't mind, you know, I could get Hammer in on Assassin. Problem is, Assassin does have skills that don't really work well with, like if we were to look at this, well, let me go to one that actually has, which one is it? Renegade DPS support. Because this one, the quickness one, actually requires you to go into close range. But it comes down to impossible odds that makes it... Well, granted, I could do phase travel to go forward, then this one to go back. I get quickness and fury. And then... But it's really all about impossible shadows, or impossible odds. It's really what it's about. Oops. Cooldown should work. Because if it's a quarter of a second for a strike delay, and that takes 1 second to do. Even with quickness... Like, now this is just making me kind of question. It's like, what's... Which that?
Fate, meet fist.
Yeah, I'm running Dwarf here. I think there was a reason I wanted to run Dwarf, but I'm not going to run Dwarf anymore, because...
I have returned to
then I can just run that, and I get the double attack with quickness and hammer and... Like, especially if I buff myself up with all these. Like, let the duration all cap out, and then you switch, impossible odds, and you just start wailing. Just hard, like, I would like,
It has been too long. Allow me to act.
Yeah, like, I'd like to use hammer, but, like, I guess just the upkeep skills aren't really that... And the fact is, it's like, you have to pick the right stances to support hammer. Hammer is evidently a ranged build. And like I said, I'd love to run hammer shortbow, but they're two different aspects of the spectrum. One is a slow DPS weapon, and the other is a fast condi weapon. There's no real way to support them both at the same time. Because you'd lose out on DPS if you run hammer, or if you run Vipers on hammer. Versus running Berserkers on shortbow. 1 second, I'm getting Berserkers. I'll sit back up here again. I remember I was working on this. I'll just check scholars again. All. So with 290 or 229% crit damage, 50% crit chance, if you get Fury, like, you'd obviously be running Invocation. So if you got Fury, you'd have it would guarantee you a crit under Fury. In which case, if you ran so, like, if we... Let's just factor this out. We're still on Viper's set here, right? Right, so just by default here, we'll look at Shortbow's 1 skill. So 5, 3, 5. Because I wouldn't mind having a pure range character if I can make it work. 5, 3, 5. And 4, 8, 1 for 5 seconds. Right? So combined, I don't have a calculator on me. I know I'm waiting. Oh, fuck off. Come on. All I want to do is type on my laptop, please. Not knock things into things into things. We got 5, 5, 3, 5 plus 4, 8, 1, which is 10, 16. That's the total damage. But if we factor in Berserker with the crit, so the number would end up being, so guaranteed crit, like 100%, like provided under the idea that we're guaranteed crit under Fury. Not even factoring in the 10% damage bonus you get while under Fury. You get, because the thing is, the crit chance itself doesn't matter, because even under the same setup, Condi would still have about an 80% chance to crit. It comes down to that ferocity. The Viper set only has 152.4% crit. So even if we were to factor that in on the crit, we would take this, we would take that number and then just times it by 1.524. So it ended up being, on a crit, 15, we'll round it down because that's how it rounds here. 15,000 or 1,548 is what it would be on a crit, roughly speaking. Well, no, because crit doesn't apply to Condi. Never mind. So it'd be the crit. So the actual number would be... It would be 5... bracket 1.5. Is it 524? Bracket. The actual number is 1296. That's the actual DPS or general DPS number. Like the amount of damage you more or less hit in one hit from your basic attack, right? While Hammer on the other, while using Berserker with the Berserker bonuses, because it would guarantee to crit, so we won't even factor in a number that wouldn't crit. That number would be, so we type in the action, so it'd be 651 bracket 2.29. Come on with the brackets, please. And then just plus 66. So that is actually 56, 57. It would round up. So yeah, under the idea of permanent crit, I would actually be higher DPS under this particular, under the base attack. I can't necessarily guarantee it across all skills, but because like especially Spirit Crush would probably absolutely not be outbeat. I don't know, that seems pretty close. Like you're more than doubling it. There's still Condi there. Just 2,000. It'd be 2,000 times 2 alone is 4,008. Just doubling that. And you got 1,500 on Condi. So you'd have at least 5,500. However, the burn alone is 6,400 on the Condi set, and that's not even factoring in the 1,600 damage you get. So yeah, on a skill like that, you're not outbeating it. And I'm leaving off 30%, but like, what if we added that 30% in? So 2004 bracket 2.29 bracket plus what was the exact number again? 1572. $6,161, which doesn't even beat the burn damage. Because I'm actually thinking of also, on this build here, I'm thinking, like, I'm running Greatsword. I might run Staff. I might run Greatsword Staff on the one set. Because of his nature to gain damage resistance and stuff from healing, I think it would be better to be running Staff. Because Staff heals in the main combo. Right? And, like, I have a pure DPS, right, with Vindicator here. right? It would be kind of cool to have a pure DPS range set. Well, the problem is what country? I'm from Canada. The problem here is that, like, Condi doesn't benefit hammer, but DPS can benefit shortbow, and that's the thing. And then on top of that, I have to decide whether I run Herald or Renegade, because though, like, obviously I would not be running base. Herald would be, they'd both be huge supports for a ranged set, as Herald can provide ranged buffs, or just like buffs basically, right? And you got the quickness, which would be really useful on hammer. But Renegade would also provide a lot more additional utility, such as like CCing and vulnerability, and because of the ability to place the soldiers down wherever you need them, range is also an opportunity there. I'd have to make a new shortbow if I did this, though. Because I'm running a Vipers. I could keep it. Like, what would happen if I ran a Vipers? How much would that affect things if I ran a Vipers shortbow on a Berserker build? I lose about 12% crit damage. That's a lot. And I don't even gain double damage on the bleed either. Like, in all honesty, the Condi the bow gives alone is actually a significant increase. Well, on some skills, I guess. Oh no, yeah, it's massive. On the 3 skill, it goes from 924 to 1581. Because that would only apply when the bow is in hand, which, having a little bit of additional Condi support on the bow at the sacrifice of a little bit of ferocity, I don't think would be bad. I do lose some crit, though, meaning that I would have basically about just over 2% chance of not critting. I think this is doable, though. Like, just having that teensy bit more Condi on a weapon that has Condi at the cost of a little bit of DPS. Yeah. The real question, again, comes down to, I personally feel like Renegade's stance skills are way better overall, but again, that quickness buff is super important. And there's no real way, outside of, I think, this brutality here, there's no way to really get quickness efficiently enough for hammer. So basically, the hammer 1 would lose a lot of effectiveness. I also have to make it. Well, I don't actually have to make a new hammer. I have a hammer in my bank that I can just stat change to Berserker. And then I would just be duplicating the Pure Vindicator set, because that's all Berserker anyways. With Scholar and everything, so... So it just comes down to, do I want to boon with quickness, or do I want to have more utility in my skill? Because keep in mind that I find when I use Renegade, I don't use the upkeep skill all that often, so I find myself having more access to utilize the weapon skills, the weapon skill abilities, which is kind of what I want in Hammer in the first place, is the utility of weapon skills.
I thought the Luxons and Kurziks didn't get along, but you two seem quite friendly.
Oh, it wasn't always this cordial. After we awoke in the mists, Archimedes was angry. It took a long time for him to accept death, but we did what lost souls should. We stayed together.
Vicky,
I hate him. I meant to say that I hate him.
I'm looking for whatever is equipped onto 7. Well, I have a lot of things that are just Berserker. Berserker, Berserker, Berserker. I have 3 pieces of equipment, or yeah, I had 3 pieces of equipment that are all just Berserker for no reason. Probably because I can't stat change them, but like, those could just go into other characters. The same with, like, I have 2 Bloodstone rings that are Berserker. I have 2 of those that are also Berserker. Yeah, so I need to stat change that hammer to Berserker here. So obviously we know we're running pretty much exactly that on that. We're probably, it's DPS, so we're running this as well. So again, yeah, it just comes down to, do I run Renegade? Oh, that's right. That's such an important thing to note, is that Kala allows Shortbow to pierce. Oh, that's important. None of the skills would pierce if I don't run Kala. That kind of changes things. Like, that alone puts more weight on the nature of Call also guarantees me the crit on Shortbow because of this. Brutal momentum, gain increased crit chance. That 10% would counteract it. And then when at full endurance, it's even higher, but that doesn't even matter. Oh, shit. Fuck off. What was it running? I think it was running that. Oh, no, it was running that. And that, I think. Yeah, as powerful as that quickness is and the potential of steamrolling boons and stuff for DPS, having shortbow pierce is a huge factor. It's so important. I completely forgot that shortbow could pierce with required that skill to pierce. Like, it's just useful on the 1 skill for the 1 skill to pierce. But on the 3 skill, it's almost necessary to ensure all your targets hit the same target. Because if they're in the middle of a group, it turns into a mob attack, which is huge. Because you pin down one target, but anyone in the way also gets hit by it. Which is why it's such an important thing. Only problem, Fury upkeep is a bit trickier.
Fate, meet fist.
It says when I disable a foe every second, though, to be honest, this will absolutely help with that. So I'm not too worried about that, I guess, then. I could run this, but it's not worth it. You get 3 seconds of Fury every 10 seconds. Like, what? That's not even worth it if you had max boon duration. Why do I want 6 seconds of Fury every 10 seconds? I only get that because the bottom one's garbage. And if I'm running a build that doesn't want to sacrifice Condi for power on the might. Yeah, between the use of Dark Razor's Daring and just general crits, I should be fine at maintaining Fury. I basically just gotta make sure this guy gets slotted down. This girl gets slotted down at every opportunity. And on alternatives, if I have to, like, I can stance swap to Assassin, which will get me Fury. And then I can also... Assassin has a skill that gets me Fury as well. And I can double up on that, I think. I also have an Alacrity skill, which can help me get some cooldown back.
Ready to fight.
And Herald would have probably just been this. Right, just running the same thing as my non-DPS Herald, as my support Herald, but just using shortbow instead. But focusing more on general damage. But, again, I wouldn't be able to use weapon skills that much if I did that. Well, we'll give it a shot. Let me just switch over to another character that can make a Actually, I could just buy it, probably. Oh, I think I could even craft it myself.
I can see you there.
Oops. Where's Artifice? Someone's clicking the wrong button. They're probably trying to do Alt to split the stack.
Responsibility isn't easy.
I also need to stop by an anvil. I've noticed they don't have the buff anymore.
Tell me more.
Alright, let me go. The bank guy's here, right?
Responsibility isn't easy.
Let me take some of these. I'm gonna crack open another one of these for the healing box. Oh, there's support too. Survival. No, the I one and the Wizard's Tower one I got from events. But this one actually looks like it could be a good defensive one for my tank build. That one actually supports Condi damage, so it could be good for my Condi set. But I have to evade an attack first.
What do you need?
Summon crystals that apply protection and resolution to allies after using an elite skill. Crystal duration scales with recharge of the used skill. So this is looking towards my Herald and Vindicator support builds. Move a condition from affected allies after using a shout. That doesn't apply. Grant super speed to nearby allies after using an elite skill. I'm not interested. Increase, yeah, that's Monk. Revive allies 20% faster with 30% more health. Gain 15%. Gain 15 concentration for 3 seconds after granting a boon to an ally. Don't need that. Grant barrier to herself and nearby allies after use a healing skill. Upon using the final charge of a mantra, yep, I don't have mantras. Regeneration applies 20% more effective. Gain protection and regeneration after using a healing skill. That wouldn't be bad for the tank, just because, you know, getting protection. Outgoing condition cleanses, remove an additional condition. Convert up to 3 conditions into boons on nearby allies after using an elite skill. Leadership. That one's not actually bad. Leadership's a rune that's hard to get because you had to do the Dragon Stand meta. Can I preview this one too? Alright.
Responsibility isn't easy.
Cleanse a condition from yourself and nearby allies after using a healing skill. So this was one I originally had. Weapon swap recharge is reduced by 25%.
More people should learn the bard.
Increase movement speed by 66% under the effect of swiftness. Gain resistance for 5 seconds after using an elite skill. Gain vigor for 5 seconds after evading an attack. Heal for 5% of maximum HP after blocking an attack. If you block again within 5 seconds, you heal 1% less each time, down to a minimum of 1%. Gain quickness when you use a well skill. Don't have those. Gain stability when you use a healing skill. Grant yourself Aegis, quickness, swiftness, resistance, and might when you strike an enemy with a Mount's Engage skill. Gain 50% after 50% endurance after using a healing skill.
You'll find everything you need here.
Like that one's fine for Condi. I'm still thinking this one's good for my tank set. It's just I don't use the elite skill that often on him, so I feel like being able to use that and set up a projectile reflecting barrier could be good under the circumstances of blocking projectiles, considering the elite already makes him take reduced damage anyway.
Greetings.
Right, that would just be awesome. I don't know how long the barrier lasts for. It also pulls enemies to me, which would allow me to get some, because, you know, since I'm whirling the hammers, you know, that would probably be really good. And that one just seems like increased strike damage and condition damage against enemies with the eyes. But I have to successfully evade an attack for that to work. I figure I might as well just get relics on this guy, on these guys. So now I have the healers set up. I just need pure DPS, and I need I'm still thinking on the Condi one here. And then I need one for my pure DPSs. So this one's the power one. I don't have stance skills.
I
Dealing
didn't see
damage.
you there.
Yep. I don't have trap skills. Don't have cantrips. Relic of the Citadel doesn't seem that bad. It puts us, it basically guarantees, a stun on my elite. So, even if I don't use my elite skills, and that could stack really well with Assassin. Like, what is my other guy running? It's his backup stance.
Oh, I didn't see you there.
I have no time for weak opponents.
So he's also running Assassin as the backup, which is really good. So I might actually pick Citadel. He uses his elite skill a bit more than the others, though, but... I feel like I'm getting more out of my elite skill if I do that than I am anything else. Considering what the other power options are anyways, I might as well. Where's the Citadel? Accept.
Oh, I didn't see you there.
So over conditions applied to a lot of
Oh, I didn't see you there.
This one isn't bad, but my I have to look quick. Let's see what he has. Well, I suppose technically speaking, while there's really nothing on shortbow, Kala has this one for vulnerability. I'm just thinking because one thing this guy lacks, this build lacks, is duration. Because there's no real bonus to it. Even with food. Like, I put up the best Condi food I can get for expertise. And I still only get to 86%. Right? But with this one relic... which one was it again? This one. The aristocracy. When I inflict weakness or vulnerability, I gain 3% up to 5 stacks for 8 seconds. Well, that gives me 15%. So with food, I can actually cap out my Condi duration.
Let's see the color.
Right? This alone is every sec. It ticks. I think it's. Oh no, it's not every second because it hits 20 times. So. And it lasts for 6 seconds, but because there is a 1 second cooldown on it. But there's your vulnerability, and I got weakness right here on the 3. Sadly, that's all I have, though. There's no other. Like, this doesn't apply weakness or vulnerability. So it would be a risky play to make at the chance of getting higher condition duration. The only other condition duration buffer is Relic of the Scourge, which
Speak quickly.
doesn't apply to me because I can't grant barrier.
So much to do. Greetings.
But what was it? Rune of the Crate. Superior Rune of the Crate. Obviously, it's not that they've already fixed it. Can we go back to this one here? No. Can we see? What was the? History. Right, so it was inflict bleed, torment, and poison to nearby foes for 8 seconds after using an elite skill. So if that's the exact same, that's what I'm going with.
Greetings.
Let's see, so that won't be my Condi one then. So there's Condi. There's tank. There's DPS. I already have healer up. So it just comes down to support. So it'll probably just be this one. Again, these are,
Responsibility isn't easy.
I feel like Relic of the Leadership would be really good, especially in heavy circumstances of Condi. Especially since I don't really have a Condi convert on my own characters for those builds. Because that's, what is it, Herald, Assassin, and Renegade... Renegade Assassin. The other one I'm looking at, the Zephyrite one's doesn't look bad. The other one I was looking at was
Responsibility isn't easy.
what was it? Relic of Durability, where you just gain protection and regen when you heal, when you use a healing skill.
Greetings.
Because my healing skill there is 30 seconds. That one's 30 seconds. That one's 30 seconds as well.
Responsibility.
So no matter what, like I don't know what the duration of the boons are, and they're selfish too. It specifically only says
Oh, I didn't see you there.
there's someone has already updated the wiki on these runes and stuff. So let's check out durability, and we'll check out crate while we're at it too to see if crates is still similar to what it was. Yeah, it's the exact same. So crate will stay. Grants 4 seconds of regeneration and protection after the successful completion of a heal skill animation. Works in and out of combat. I don't know. I think the convert is way better, especially since that this build is entirely designed over party support. And I don't use my elites that much anyways, outside of like for Herald I use it for Herald, and with assassins and stuff I pretty much just use it for CCing. Renegade I barely used it at all, so what's leadership do?
Time is precious.
I have so
What was the other one again? I was using water originally, right? So when I used the healing skill, I would cleanse a condition for my allies.
Speak quickly.
I'll go leadership.
I carry the highest quality.
Yeah, these get soulbound too, so it's like it's not even like they're ascended things in which I can just switch them around after a point. Right, so this is the Condi set.
I have so much to do.
This is the tank set.
Let's see the color of your coin.
Where's the Citadel one? Oops. There we go. Alright, so and I made the Berserker inscription. Oh yeah. Sorry, it's again it's the thing that's needed to make Maudry.
Oh, I didn't see you there.
Let me find where I put all the other stuff for the module creation process. Right there. Alright, anyways, I was going into my bank.
Everything has unfolded as
Sadly, the world remains a dangerous place.
I need Ecto and the hammer.
I have so much to do.
I did not pull out the hammer because I'm a dumb idiot. What am I running on my weapons on this particular set? Force and fire. I'm literally leaving the Viper's shortbow as it is, because there's a different sense of utility that gets provided by that. By having a little bit of additional condi duration and
My time is precious.
and the chance to bleed on crit. I'm wondering if I should actually run that on this hammer, is run Earth. I'm guaranteed to crit. I won't have any condi, but the thing is I am running Kala. And Kala has traits, you know, bleed duration is increased while, you know, while you have you know, and your bleeding does more damage, and bleed might be worth it, even if only a little bit. We'll give it a shot. I don't think, like, it's not like this is gonna be a be-all, end-all style build here. Now we just got a wardrobe for it. So I don't really know what I'm going, because I'm not changing the Mordant Crescent bow look. And these had a different aesthetic to them as well.
Greetings.
The Joya hammer. That looks so dumb.
I have so much to do.
It's so cruel, too.
speak quickly.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm feeling that.
What do you need? Oh, I didn't see you there.
I want it to look intimidating.
I'm not sure about this.
Let's just run that one for now, I think. Alright, we'll give this build a shot.
Let me catch you up on what's happening. Queen Jenna can't attend the summit.
Who it
because
is?
Someone has accused her of conspiring with Scarlet. The hearing is the same day.
Sadly, you don't.
Someone's
Because
lying,
even with
and
bringing
we
in
don't
season
know
1,
who.
this is the first time you actually get to
we can
meet him.
confront that person and get them to recant their statement.
Even though he was hugely involved
We
in
need to
South Sun
talk to
Clove's
everyone,
business.
Find clues to the truth, and build evidence to defend the Queen. Once we discover who among them is the mastermind, we'll take action. But be careful. These people are suspicious and sensitive. Say something too blunt or off-putting, and they'll clam up. If we're obviously undermining their plans, they'll have us escorted out of the party, and it will all have been for nothing.
Introducing a hero who needs no introduction, the Commander of the Pact, and accompanying the Casimir Mead.
Keep it together, Kaz. You can get through this. Be confident, like Jory.
Casimir, come over here. Don't look so glum. Care for an hors d'oeuvre? Hello, dear Casimir. Don't worry your little face over what the Herald's papers say. You'll always be noble in my eyes.
Countess Anise. That's direct, and kind of you to say. I'm afraid I don't feel particularly noble.
Then we must do something about that. Nobility isn't in the blood, as so many believe. It's in your choices. Your return to grace is only a pardon away. If your talent for detecting lies is all you say it is, well, let's just say I'm confident we can convince the Queen your value overrides your father's misfortune.
I only hope to be of some small service, Countess. Oh dear. Okay, let's start picking apart everything they say. One of these ministers is spreading lies about the Queen.
Don't misunderstand, Countess. I'm certainly grateful to you for purchasing my billet and putting me to work. I'm just not sure I understand the reasoning behind dragging me to this soiree of yours.
Grand DiMaggio!
But I thought for certain it was Minister Wee who attended court the day Scarlet was there. Are you sure?
I'm gonna look up a guide for this, just so I can get through it.
Hello.
Okay, here we go. You've seen one minister, you've seen them all.
I remember hearing afterward that Scarlet approached the Queen. No one paid any attention back then.
And then he asked me
Scarlet
which
was a
pair I
nobody
wanted.
until the Queen
Suggested
suggested
I couldn't afford both. Why, I should have slapped him on the spot. Ooh, wherever did you get that charming brooch, dear?
I wish Mies hadn't invited the ministers. They make me so uncomfortable. Especially Minister... Excuse me, are you eavesdropping?
Oh, I didn't see you there. Speak quickly.
Who am I supposed... Thank you. Oh, never mind.
Of course, Codicus would be involved in anything that undermines the Queen. But he's not the one accusing her. We have to find that person.
Am I to intimidate these ministers and aristocrats to put them off guard? Surely you can't imagine that these dandies pose some kind of threat to you? Are you even paying attention, or do you simply not care? Either way, you are a maddening woman.
May I take your
Wait, there's a solution to this in the end.
I see Minister Estelle's
What?
political ambitions.
Minister Estelle is being pressured by Minister Marula to retire? Oh, she would never. She's far too ambitious.
I can take that. Thank you.
I've never met Minister Estelle. If she's been meeting with Codicus, she may know something.
This shrimp bisque is
Stop right there.
I
don't care about your dog's new haircut.
You seem distracted, Countess. What are you looking for in this crowd? I could lend my eyes and ears to your search. If there's nothing in particular you need me to do, would you mind if I help myself to some of your refreshments? Am I really so dull? Well, something interesting. Would you like to know how long a severed head remains conscious? I suppose not. Do let me know if you need me to do more than make debutantes and fops uncomfortable.
It has its solution. Just
Didn't see you there.
You've convinced me. It looks like Minister Estelle is the one spreading this horrible rumor. Let's keep at it. If we're going to confront her, we'll need serious evidence to back us up.
You must be mistaken. My niece knows a guard who heard from a doorman that the Queen... Oh, I've said too much.
Oh, I didn't see you there.
Hors d'oeuvre?
Countess Anise hardly ever
You
lets
seem
the
distracted,
Queen out of her
Countess.
sight.
What are you looking
She
for
and
in
the
this
guard
crowd?
corroborate the Queen's alibi.
I could lend my eyes and ears to your search.
Oh, no. Avoid anything
If there's
remotely
nothing in
equestrian.
particular you don't want your guest into.
I can take that.
So good to see you, Minister.
Well, here's something interesting. Would you like to know how long a severed head remains conscious?
I hate not being able to mount.
I suppose not. Do let me know if you need me to do more to make debutantes.
I know for a fact that the Queen had a private talk with Scarlet. How? Everyone is saying it, so it must be true.
And you are...
Good observation. I had a feeling she was lying. The Queen wouldn't hold a private meeting with just anyone.
Alright,
much less
in
a
here.
legal connections. This woman will testify.
Is lying a prerequisite for being in the ministry?
That's another witness who can help us prove the Queen's innocence. Nicely done. Looks like we've got everything we need. Time to expose Minister Estelle for the liar she is.
Gentlemen, please leave. I see you've been busy socializing with the guests. What?
Care for an hors d'oeuvre?
Tell me more.
I can take that. Thank you.
So perhaps I misspoke. Apologies. I shall revise my statement.
Oh, I was looking at the wrong one. Can you repeat that? I heard the... Oh, crap.
Aren't you the nosy one? If you must know, I'll tell you what really happened. What?
Get into the story. Can you repeat that? Tell me more, tell me more, tell me more. You told your accomplice in the black cape.
This way.
I think we're done here.
In absence of your orders, I've been occupying myself by planning the extermination of this entire gaggle of premium fools. I thought maybe some well-placed bombs here and there among the topiary.
Claims weren't up to your high
Or
standards.
perhaps I'll pick them off
Reported them
one
direct
by
this
one
morning.
with my blade and hide the bodies in the pantry. I wonder, would that reflect poorly on your office? I imagine I'd become a hero to the Crichton people, and still no reaction. I wonder, Countess, are you even here at all with me?
Stop. Don't approach her. It's an illusion. I am elsewhere. Find me, and we shall talk. My apologies for the deception, but I must go to unconventional lengths to protect Kryta.
Countess, Minister Estelle is claiming that you were there at the secret meeting. She's implicating you.
Nonsense. I was at no such meeting. I did, however, receive a mysterious message signed only with the initial E. The note said that Estelle was in a bandit gambling parlor. when she was supposedly spying on our queen. Reminding her of this will be enough to make her drop her lie, faster than Farron's dignity.
It may have taken me a while, Countess, but I finally realized my part in your misdirection. If you can hear me through your illusion, don't worry. I will continue to draw the attention of your guests.
I can take that. Thank you.
I love Canuck.
You again? I hope you're not planning another interrogation. This is a party, if you haven't noticed. I'll have you know I'm very well connected, and
Your connections can't help with this. We know what you've been up to.
What do you mean?
We know you couldn't have witnessed this supposed meeting with Scarlet.
Care for an order?
We hear you were busy meeting with some lobbyists that day.
Lobbyist? What are you talking about?
So much for subtlety. You were busy gambling with some ruffians.
Keep your voice
I can
down.
take that.
That's a baseless accusation.
Is that so, Minister Estelle? Perhaps you and I should speak privately and sort this little mess out. Please follow my guards. I'll be with you shortly.
Countess Anise, thank you for inviting us to your party. It's been an entertaining and productive evening.
No one is more delighted by your presence than I. With all that socializing and skullduggery, you must be craving the longest of naps. Now that this messy affair is out of the way, I feel fairly certain Queen Jenny will attend your summit. I think Minister Estelle will soon see the value in cooperating with me, rather than rotting in prison for treason. I may have use for her. On a separate note, I do hope you will stay and join the Queen's entourage, Casimir.
You mean travel with the Queen to the summit? I'd be honored.
Yes, I think that's the right play. You will, of course, have time to relay the full details of your father's story at that time.
Oh, I don't think the Queen would be interested in...
Nonsense. Now go. Say pretty things to my guests and enjoy yourselves for the rest of the evening.
Sounds good. It looks like I'll be leaving then.
I deserve an award.
I can take that. Thank you.
I hear adventure calling.
Part of the reason why, back to the dry top. Part of the reason why I wanted, a ranged build too is I could, you know, in hindsight, I could technically run Vindicator. Let me look into it, because I have the Vindicator DPS, but that can always change. Like, that doesn't... I could make that the ranged one instead, and then it reopens the last slot. It's hard to say, because this is a leap that gets me close to targets. That one's targets nearby. That one's actually a ranged one, and that could work, especially since it also does give quickness. It gives quickness, and the quickness lasts longer than the cooldown for the skill. But not much longer, but it does. And caveat is I do lose the piercing on short bow, like I said. What the? Why? What happened to my glider?
Pain is easy.
We'll see. Who knows how this build is gonna go. Like, as this hammer is just like a really awkward weapon. It's strong, but it's awkward. And the thing is, without having piercing on short bow, it almost kind of feels like negligible to even use. Like, I've never not run short bow without piercing damage, but at the same time, I've only ever run Kala pretty much for... I'm almost getting bored of Renegade's limited weapon pool. Oh yeah, I did say I wanted to... I'm gonna need these. On this build, I wanted to equip staff instead. What's the weapon stats? Knights? Wardrobe-wise, I should have the Bloodstone Staff. Because I used to use it. I had it on Revenant for a while.
Rare loot.
I even feel like the healing build is limited. But then again, you do have Vindicator's healing. But I wouldn't even say this is healing either. This is more boons than anything. Though you can, with Vindicator, you can turn your dodge to a heal. I'd have to say skill-wise, probably because Vindicator doesn't actually have an upkeep skill. I actually like Vindicator more. And I like its dodge mechanic. That reminds me, where is Vindicator Healer? This is now, like, I could still technically go with this for the protection and might, don't get me wrong. But in a way, it now loses its utility because like, yeah, I know I have the Monk Relic. I'm wondering if that's better now. I'm almost wondering, it's like, could I consider running a Condi build that doesn't use corruption? Like, all you get in this, like, it's so minuscule. Like, I can literally point out all the good things you get in this. Torment duration increased by 10%. Pact of the Pain and Abyssal Chill are both relatively good. Abyssal Chill allowing your chill skills to inflict torment, which every time you inflict chill, you inflict torment with no cooldown. That's pretty cool considering some of the skills on the Demon Stance tree. And then you have Condition, or Pact of the Pain, which, considering you don't really get a means of increasing condition duration, you don't get, like, expertise bonuses on this class. That's not bad, you know, with the negative of doing yourself, getting yourself affected too. Seething Malice, you know, just a flat buff to condition damage. Yearning Empowerment isn't bad, even though it affects a condition you can't even deal. And the last trait line are pretty much entirely garbage in PvE. I'm just going to say that right now. Until they release another Condi stance, they're garbage. So I don't even know, like, why I'm focusing so much on even running Corruption. Like, I'll keep a Corruption Condi build, but I'm considering running a Condi build that doesn't really necessarily focus on Condi. Right? Like, I could run... I wouldn't even mind... Like, I wouldn't mind running Vindicator. It doesn't do Condi. It does damage. But two of its traits do inflict Condi with a burn and a torment. I actually like using it. I wouldn't mind running Mace and Axe with it, and then I could have Shortbow in the back. And its backup could technically be Demon. Like Demon Stance, I just wouldn't have any support for it. It would basically more or less be a DPS with Condi support. They would basically run Condi gear, but it wouldn't prioritize Condi, if that makes sense. Because I'm not too keen on this one, but like it would be Vindicator, it would be this. It would be that, and probably not Invocation, because I wouldn't really be able to dish out the damage for it. Like, here's the caveat here on this one. So I can, this gives me 10% to all damage dealt when I have resolution and it lasts longer. This one grants me resolution when I dodge. And considering I'm a Vindicator, dodging is all I will be doing. Right? So I could utilize this to get more resolution for this. Or I can run this where disabling foes applies weakness, which I can technically do on both. The 8 skill is a very fantastic disable, and I do 10% damage on that. Other than that, I don't really have a way of getting resilience. Like, I could run this instead, so when I use my elite skill, I get 6 seconds for a damage burst, but So it's the idea of assisting in getting resolution that I probably wouldn't really get anyways. Like, I don't get resolution on this. I can get resolution here on the stun break on demon stance. Like there it is for 2 seconds. So like, and the thing is, I'd be dodging relatively frequently just to maintain full runner's death. And with the enduring recovery, I get increased endurance. Vigor has an increased effect on me, and I grant it after dodging, so I gain vigor every time I dodge too, so my dodging can literally just upkeep. This gives me, my shift skill gives me more energy too, so I can literally upkeep that perfectly fine with dodging, but I lose out on Dwarven Battle Training, which could also relatively increase my DPS as well. Right, like, let's go to the actual gear I'd be running here. Nope, wrong one. Nope, wrong one. There it is. Loadout number 2. Yeah, 3 hours into the stream and I've barely made any story progress because I've just been so into, you know, some of these changes here. It's probably better than that anyways. Like, I don't really think it really matters in the long run.
Daimie's just ahead. I'd go quickly, though. He's a Surin representative getting impatient.
I really wish there was like an ambient creature here I could test this on. Oh well. Let's just give it a go for now and see how this goes.
My crewmates in Ratasum have been monitoring the waypoint network. They say your device is affecting waypoints, not ley lines. Why?
Can't you see? I adjusted the settings in the waypoint so they process the flow of magic at a more stable rate. I'll put it in simple language for you. My device interfaces with the waypoints and captures on-the-spot readings of magic's rate of flow through them. Using a complicated algorithm that I devised, it calculates the exact minimum frequency required to keep the waypoint running. It then adjusts the waypoint settings.
Our readings are inconclusive without more information. We must demonstrate this device. Now. What are you whispering about over there?
We're formulating a plan to demonstrate how the device works. You'll note that this chamber has a number of waypoint-like props. We'll show you how it works. In miniature. You see, it's so easy, even a simpleton can do it. Take it away, Ram.
Nuh-uh. You're not fooling me again. Hey, boss. Why don't you take this one?
There's an active waypoint. Well, a mini one. Go take control of the brain. Now take aim at the waypoint, fire away till its energy's gone.
Check your readings, crew. Why, it is working. Keep at it. I want to see more.
My favorite part is like, even though like Flunt's not bad, he's just picky. I compare Flunt to like
That click was not my fault. Not it. Not it.
You're right. There's more to our way.
Safe from harm.
Keep coming. You think your new toy got him riled up?
It's my turn.
I feel furious.
Big thing incoming. And it looks like it means business.
More than that. It's absorbing the ley line energy. Quick! We need to make sure it can't get any more. Use my recalibration device. Just like before, only with lots of evil plans.
Didn't we already recalibrate this one?
Oh, it's angry now. Watch out. It's about to attack.
I feel furious.
Not enough energy.
Scruffy's readings say that it's hiding under a tendril. Look for one that isn't attacking back. I located it.
I feel
This
furious.
tendril is docile.
It's my turn.
Yeah, if I maneuver this right, I can get way more damage out utilizing weakness and resolution.
The waypoints are protected. Wonderful.
So, will You agree to come to the Grove Summit?
Not so fast, my muscular friend. In light of this new development, I have decided to add further stipulations to the deal.
What? You!
Silence, Daimien. As a ward of the College of Synergetics of Ratasum, you are required to hand over all inventions for study and documentation. I hereby claim proprietorship over this waypoint recalibration device. I will hold it in trust for you until your graduation.
No! I made this on my own time, outside of Ratasum.
Irrelevant. Hand it over like a good progeny, and we will see you at the summit.
No! Won't let you take it.
Tommy, no!
You wouldn't dare disobey your superiors, would you? Just hand it over.
Kid, come on. Calm down and think.
Told you! It's mine! Woo! Let's roll!
After that delinquent.
Timing. And there she goes. I swear, that kid is gonna be the death of me. My bet is she's headed deeper into the desert. That means she's either in trouble now or will be very soon. Let's go.
I deserve an award.
Rare loot.
I like how my reward for returning to these story missions is just 50 sand. It doesn't even really get you anything. Yeah, this is the fun part here. Watch this. Actually, oh, I thought I was wrong on that. I thought they changed these ley lines to be affected by ley line gliding. It appears I was wrong. Oh, there's another friend of ours. And another one. Hello.
It's my turn.
My pain is easy.
Burn!
It's all skill and
You
a
did.
little luck.
I'm actually really liking this build. Who would have thought Condi could be way more fun if you actually didn't bother with corruption? Ooh, all the nodes. Like, I get the quickness that I wanted. Now, the real problem with these primordial orchid trees, as you can see there, I fucked up on the first one. And because they follow over on the first hit, despite normally falling over on the last one, I didn't actually get the other two hits in. The funny thing, too, is that if you didn't do this achievement yet, where you planted the trees in the fertile soil, you don't see trees here. Like, they don't exist until you plant them. So it's like, players will you could be a player coming up, see the fertile soil, seeing someone chopping down a tree, but there's no tree. You're not seeing them actually cut down anything. Oops, I went the wrong way. Not gonna lie, I want more detail on my mount. It just looks like it's all like horrendously blending into one blob. I don't really like it. The problem I have is that, as you can see, it stands out too much. What if I just generally go brighter colors? Thinking of putting more, there's radiant gold. I don't know, it's weird to try and, like, it's the parts around the eyes that screw me up. Like those little rings around the eyes here and here that really disrupt how this is supposed to look for me. Actually, look kind of like that one a bit better. I like this one too, but this one I feel like has more definition to it. This one just feels too bright. I'd like to put a fourth color on it though. Oh, you can kind of see whatever color you put here kind of bleeds through the helmet a little bit. I don't mind that. Let's go with that for now. Yeah, I like that better. I feel like I was losing aspects of the cool. Like, I think this mount looks cool because it just looks like super badass. But it was so dark I couldn't see any of the defining the colors I chose made it so dark I couldn't see any of the defining features.
Watch the paint.
Yeah, I like that better. You can see more definition. The green stands out more amongst the purple. Not enough to overpower it or over-highlight it, but enough that you can see the definitions in the armor and...
No! Get away from me!
Hang on, Timey. We're coming.
You think I care about you golems?
I feel furious.
My pain is
It's my turn.
Yeah, you're not doing that. No, you're not. There's a little bit of risk on this build, I'll say that.
Timey, you okay, kid?
Ram! They were all around me. I thought...
Hey now. You're okay. You're fine. They're all gone. We've got your back. You're safe now.
What are they doing here? All right. I'll do anything if it helps us get rid of Mordremoth.
That's a good decision, Progeny. You're lucky to be alive.
That's a good decision, Progeny. You're lucky to be alive.
Timey, remember what we talked about.
Fine, take it. If you break it, you pay for it.
Yeah,
Where one path ends.
So, the thing I want to point out about what he said about like how he would keep it until she's of age, like keep it all in reward until she's of age. Well, even like he sounds sinister, like he's not even going to do that, but that's the whole point. The thing is, Tiny has an illness that will likely kill her before she reaches that age. So that's why it's actually relatively sinister, because he basically puts his name on the project as her senior in a way. When she reaches of age, she gets all the benefits from it, but if she were to, say, die before then, he would get it. All the benefits, all the credit, and stuff like that, it would all go under him. So, like, that's pretty much what he's kind of implying. Like, he's not going to kill her, he just knows she's going to die. Okay, so I am absolutely changing classes here. What do I think I might do? Still have that hammer, right?
I haven't seen much. Where have you been? I haven't seen you around in a long time. What I saw in the Mist War.
I've been away, traveling across the land.
Alright, I gotta put an upgrade slot here. Malice, right?
It was all interesting, from the centaurs of the west to the dragon brand in the east.
What's your favorite of all the places you saw on your voyage?
Lion's Arch. It's an enormous, glorious city with a fascinating array of citizens.
I'm thinking...
What is your least favorite place?
Holbrack, a city of Norns, is covered in ice. It sapped my strength to be so cold all the time.
Did you bring back any mementos?
I'm thinking of maybe, I think I might junk Greatsword.
You rarely see one of those.
I kind of like the sword DPS ability. And because of the nature of no upkeep, I'd be able to use Hammer's skills more effectively. And I still get quickness. I just realized this, so it's like, I don't really want to run Hammer and Greatsword like I'm doing on the Herald build. Right? I don't want to repeat Hammer Greatsword. The only reason these two are repeating set for set is because Staff and Shield are the best healing weapons in the game. For Herald. Or for Revenant, anyway, so... Like, I don't have anyone... I want someone else running Greatsword, but it does... Or Hammer, but I don't necessarily want them running Greatsword. At the same time. So, I think I'm just gonna overwrite the Earth Sigil. Not gonna bother wasting time to replace that. I got another Maudry, I think... getting a bunch of Modry related items here. I don't even remember there being this many. This one, there was another one here, this one.
I've seen much.
I've seen many things
Never
in my travels,
such amazing
but
things
never
as what I
have
saw in
seen
the
a
Mist
sentient
War.
being birthed from a plant. They're
So I think what we'll do is we'll try and run the Vindicator.
Don't underestimate them. They learn
I want to keep Sword because I have Fury benefits.
blackberry bushes.
And Sword 5 is pretty much my best way to get Fury. That and Disable, which I can use Reaver's Rage for. So we'll give this set a try. See how it works.
You seem uncomfortable being back home in the Grove.
I love this.
I despise both puns and pet names, Countess. But as long as you hold my billet, I will go where you need me.
Worried your mother might not approve of all your naughty misadventures?
I'm sure she has far larger concerns.
True. You are only one among her thousands of children. Not as dear to her as her firstborn, like our heroic Pact Marshal.
It may be wiser to focus such commentary on someone without a violent criminal history, Countess.
So Canuck was not with the Nightmare Corp, but he did have dealings with them, if I recall correctly. Let's just briefly go over Canuck, because the game refused to, even with adding in Season 1. So Canuck, born of the night cycle of night. So he's an engineer. I should state that specifically. He is indeed an engineer. Is a Sylvari, second-born Sylvari, who was initially a consortium mercenary, arrested for his actions in South Sun Cove and imprisoned in Vigil Keep. More recently, he has served as an operative for the Shining Blade, as an occasional ally to Dragon's. So Canuck was hired by the consortium to map and explore and begin construction of settlements and tourist facilities at the newly discovered South Sun Cove. Although his contract prevented him from exploiting animals, mineral, and magical sources on the island, it did not mention local flora, and Canuck ordered his team to collect samples of passion flowers as they explored. The team's actions provoked the local Karka, which followed the fleeing survivors of the expedition back to Lion's Arch, where they attacked and destroyed Lion's Gate. Blamed by the authorities for his role in the Karka invasion, Canuck was apprehended by Garenhof by the Lion Guard. To avoid punishment, he offered to fight the ancient Karka, but fled at the first opportunity. Facing his life as a fugitive and freelancing decommissioning and the freelance decommissioning team sent by Consortium Subdirector Knoll, Canuck made a concerted effort to change. He cast himself as a champion of the week, and to prove it, sought out and destroyed a Molten Alliance weapons facility. Canuck intended to get even with Knoll and liberate the refugees of the Molten Alliance who had been tricked into consortium settlement contracts on South Sun Cove. After learning of Knoll's plans and taking Blim's golem Subdirector Null, which he reprogrammed to help him with his scheme, Canuck headed back to the island and spread a toxin that aggravated the local wildlife. The civil unrest induced there attracted the attention of Lions Guard Inspector Ellen Keel, who tracked down the Sylvari with the help of the Pact commander, arrested him, and jailed him at Fort Mariner before Canuck could destroy any more evidence of consortium wrongdoing. During Scarlet Briar's attack on Lionsart, Canuck was moved from his cell to incarcerated at Vigil Keep. Shortly after, an unnamed officer from Divinity Reach offered to buy his release, and the Sylvari left the keep around the time Mordrum invaded Iron Marches. And then we've seen season 2. Season 2 is... So it basically skipped over Canuck's entire introduction. He's been in every story instance except the main story, but only briefly, and it doesn't record anything for End of Dragons, just that it's missing. And he had a very brief instance in Icebridge Saga. So Living Story season 4 is, I think, the last we see of him for like a major aspect of things. But
I'll believe it when I see it.
Everyone understands how important.
so I just read the synopsis on the wiki of what he did during season 1 that we never learned about.
With them. It's not a party.
Agreed. We may not be able to speak at all. They're here to talk to one another.
They'll listen to the boss. I know it.
Yeah, all it did was, all season 1's reintroduction did was bring up Scarlet, because, to be fair, Scarlet's vastly important. Scarlet's actions in season 1 led to the events of season 2 and Heart of Thorns, which respectively affected major events after the fact. So Scarlet's actions had major implications. Canuck's instances with South Sun Cove never really left South Sun Cove, so it doesn't really have as major implications.
All in good time.
Do you treat everyone you encounter like children?
You're a delicate flower, aren't you? So easily bruised.
I have a thick skin. I also learn from my missteps. For example, you fooled me once with your illusions. So now I wonder if you're truly as young as...
Do not finish that sentence. Not here. Not
At last, a substantial response.
yes, well, you would be wise to remember your place. That tongue of yours.
Why don't you tell me why you've brought me here?
I'm trying to decide if I can trust you out in the field. I mean, after that nasty business on South Sun.
Regardless of what you may believe, I was trying to free those refugees from the Consortium's exploitation. I went about it poorly, criminally, and I answered for my crimes.
Your intentions in that affair, whether noble or not, aren't what concern me. It's your failure to evade capture.
I beg your pardon.
Noble intentions don't interest me. What I need is a sharp instrument. A knife that can be employed before anyone realizes it's struck.
Show me where to cut, Countess, and I will be your blade.
Over here. Yeah, I love the, Lanthier, my boy, Lanthier, how you doing?
Wrong to ripen into evil.
I look forward to the outcome of your summit. Unlike others, I am less pessimistic. Go for the vigil, Grand War Master. Materia, I do believe this situation calls for us to think in larger terms about our loyalties. So I guess he's flanked by 2 representatives of whatever side you joined. Because you remember we joined the Vigil on this character, right? So. Word of the summit from Mother Tree. You're doing a good thing. Those of us who remember the encounter with Zaita and know how merciless the other dragon can be, I applaud your effort. I'm only here to give you moral support and to answer my questions about the Pact's current plans. You're the one who must make world leaders see that this is a matter of dire importance. We've regrouped and regained some of our strength after Zayatan. We had been planning to go after Kalkatorrik, but then we all heard the dragons bellow. Ready to take on Mordremoth? Not yet, but we will soon. We're setting up a forward camp from which we begin the assault. I will call on you at some point in the future. We'll need your special skills. I've been away. I've noticed. While I would prefer you at my side, I also know that you have been instrumental in saving many lives. You have your own path, my friend. Who am I to say it's less important than mine? So one thing after another, I must admit. I suspect you have many stories to tell, and we'll talk more soon. But for now, I believe you have a world to unite. I'm confident with attendees. The attendees will listen to you, and good luck. By the way, I think I've commented on this before, where it's like, and me and Sai were talking about it, how something happens in Heart of Thorns to Zoja and Logan. And Logan appears first. Zoja does not appear until this expansion that just came out. Years later. They did actually confirm it. I learned enough playing what little of the expansion I did that Zoja, it was confirmed, not necessarily when Zoja woke up, but she woke up some time ago. Was kind of treated like Rat assumed she was looked at weird because of what happened to her, so she left on just a journey to try and figure things out, in which she met and found people that kind of helped her understand things better, and that's where she kind of found her new place and home. So that solution made it more canonical as to whoever you chose, because they could Logan and Zoja could have theoretically woken up at the same time either way. I do still feel like, though, choosing to save Logan probably had better, because Logan seemed less affected by the effects than Zoja did. But we don't know that. It's just that Zoja was being ostracized by her peers.
You made it.
You look beautiful. Now go, before the Queen notices you're gone.
I missed you.
Me too.
And there he is. Thanks, Newt.
On behalf of Ratasum's Arcane Council, Councillor Flunt.
Now, Ratasum doesn't have one leader, by the way, to its council. Representative people from each college and stuff. Though I don't actually know if there's an inquest representative on the council, because technically Flunt is the evil leader, but he's not really evil.
For the legions!
Pardon me. The world leaders are assembled and awaiting your presence. You may proceed to the Umphalis chamber.
That's our cue. Best behavior.
Wagon wouldn't want to make him angry. Stupid face when he realizes we're right.
Pardon, I'm sorry to interject myself, but I'm afraid your golem won't be allowed to ascend to the Umphalis chamber.
What? Oh.
This is for grown-ups anyway, Daimien. You need to wait for us down here.
You're kidding, right?
Somebody needs to stay down here and guard our backs. We'll be vulnerable up there. I'll tell you all about it later. Promise.
You'd better remember every little detail, Bram. All right, Scruffy and I will guard the way out.
I assume that's not so much that she can't go up, it's that it probably either doesn't fit or carry the golem. It's probably not designed for that kind of, like, weight or size.
Esteemed leaders, welcome to the Grove. Your attendance at this critical summit is appreciated. We are here at the behest of the honored group you see before you. I'm told you're all familiar with one another, so I won't make introductions. I will, however, let their spokesperson give us a summary. So, without further ado, please begin.
Greetings, I'm Legend Omni King. Thank you for coming. It stands much, it's much about your leadership that you did. We've all been hearing about Mordremoth's awakening and the damage the Elder Dragon has already caused. In the time that the dragon has been awake, it has been sending out vines as far as Iron Marches. Soon Tyria will be nothing more than a giant briar patch. These vines are malicious. Fort Salma has been destroyed. Fort Concordia as well. Your defenses could not keep an enemy that rises from beneath, shaking the very foundation of the walls and towers. We can't know where it will attack unless it does. No one is safe. Our families, our people, our trade routes, most recently, our waypoints were threatened. They may be again someday. This is why I stand before you and risk that you, the most powerful leaders of Tyria, link arms and armies work together to keep one and all safe and secure. It's up to us. There is no one else. We must unite. We are all Tyrians.
Thank you for that information. Esteemed leaders, what are your thoughts?
Mordremoth. Its attacks have been far-reaching but unfocused. Meanwhile, Ascalonian ghosts continue to harass us.
If Ascalonian ghosts aren't reason enough, we have an army of Flame Legion constantly nipping at our heels, just waiting for us to leave the Black Citadel unprotected so they can invade. When Mordremoth destroys your citadel, what then? That will happen over my dead body. How can you suggest such a thing? It's already destroyed 2 forts. A friend lost her sister in one of those. Visit us in our territory one day so you can see how the Flame Legion and Ascalon ghosts kill our loved one. Then perhaps you'll understand why we can spare no one. I'm assuming this is dialogue that, let me look it up, because I'm assuming this dialogue actually changes based off of race. The World Summit. Oh, even talking to so Lanthier would actually be there regardless. If you're not of the Vigil, though, he says something different. He says, I am a warrior, but this enemy has me shaking. We must give this fight everything we have, or we fail. So yeah, so if Char... So my response to this one says, you don't have hope now that you can deal with... Don't you have hope now that you can deal with the ghosts? If you're a Char, it says, and you and I lose soldiers every day to Ghosts and Flame Legion. We must defend our land. Yes, I suppose I do. And that does allow me to relax one eye, but only one. You are instrumental in that experiment, and though it wasn't completely successful, I do believe we will be one day. And so here I say, I truly believe that Mordremoth is the greatest threat right now. If you're a Char, you say true. You are Char, he also says, true, you were instrumental in that. I saw it with my own 2 eyes. Or no, and you, previous answer said, you have, Chars would say, you hope now the ghosts can be sent to the mists. Char will say, sir, I truly believe Mordremoth is the greatest threat right now. They're plant creatures. How hard can be the fight? One good flamethrower. With all due respect, these 2 forts were defended by Vigil and Seraph. Taken by surprise, in the future, everyone will be more alert. I saw with my own 2 eyes how these places were torn asunder. I heard it was bad. Okay, I respect you, and that alone is the reason I'm agreeing to explore this. I make no commitment, but I'll practice in the discussion. Thank you, Imperator.
Holbrecht has its hands full with Jormag and the Sons of Svanir. You want us to leave our homesteads to their mercy and go after Mordramoth?
I remember the day Jormag awoke and began spewing cold hatred upon my people. I've lost friends, family, and every single day it's a struggle to keep from losing more. So non-Norns say... non-Norns say... Mordramoth doesn't care if you're too busy to fight back. It's coming. A Norn says, in the past, we've been prey. It's time to become the hunters we are. Mordramoth is not yet so as close as the Sons of Sovnir. They press in and around our homesteads. That is more important. You say, if you wait until Mordramoth attacks to react, it will be too late. A Norn says, he would respond, instead of saying Mordramoth is not yet as close, and if you're Norn, he says, I see your point. Predators go after the herd's weakness, and we won't be the weakest. We're not an army, and I'm not your leader. But as I see the value in taking down the biggest predator first. And then Norns would respond to this comment as, I know many who would howl at a chance to make their legend with this fight. So he responds to non-Norns as, I do not command an army. My people make their own minds and follow their own legends. To a Norn, he says, as do I. I command no one, but I will relay what you have said, and I will have a representative at the table when the discussions happen. By wolf, I may even join the battle myself. And then non-Norns reply back, then make them aware, join the discussion, and relay what you hear. A Norn would say, I look forward to that day. Norn, the conversation ends right there. He responds to non-Norns with this dialogue. That is something I can do. The hunters choose their own prey, but I can make sure that they know it's coming. I know many who would leap at the chance to fight a dragon. That is all I ask.
I have Wolfborn and hunters who are eager to face the prey of a lifetime. They'll come.
Why isn't the Pact handling this? Are they mired in ore?
So, he actually does not have any dialogue for Asura. So, you've seen for yourself what Mordramoth can do. If I may interrupt, the Pact Commander is far more knowledgeable about Mordramoth than I do. Has far more knowledge about Mordramoth than I do. I'm here to learn and listen and to consider, as you all should. The Pact is not all powerful. The Pact will do what they can, but they won't be enough. Why not? You took down Zaitan. What's so different about this one? Just do it again. We lost many in that fight. The numbers are reduced. We should also carefully point out that when we fought Zaitan, we had years of Trahern's research on the matter. Maybe not necessarily about Zaitan himself, but about ore. Because of Trahern's wild hunt and his the learning and what he tried to do to complete it, he sought out a lot. Like when he came into this, I mean, he had a lot of information about the Risen and about ore, which was immensely useful when it came down to taking Zaitan. We know next to nothing about Mordramoth, right? At this point in time, so. Well, that's your responsibility. Many of those lost were Asura. All the more reason not to cut yourselves off from the rest of us. We have ample protection. You are saying we should put ourselves on the line to protect all of you? We are safe from Radasum. Are you? Like you were safe underground? Point well made. Though it galls me to admit it, if we hadn't come to the surface, Primordus and its destroyers would have annihilated my people. You see the wisdom in joining forces with others who also want safety. For now, we will continue to study the situation and participate in discussions with the other races. For now. Thank you, Counselor.
Much as I am loath to admit it, Radasum has evidence of Mordramoth's insidious invasion. Its tendrils prey on the magic that powers our waypoints and gates.
I don't doubt that Mordramoth is a great threat to Tyria, but the safety of my people must be my foremost priority.
Alright, I'm taking a bite. The only difference here, if you're human, is the sentence you say is prefixed with Your Majesty. We are brave and strong, but we are few. For so long we've been at war. Sentinels run right up to our doorstep. Every week I send letters of condolence to families who have lost loved ones. Our situation is no different than any of these others. Perhaps that's true. We have a responsibility to protect our people and see them prosper. But I'm not ashamed to admit that I don't want to see how this will work. What are you asking of us? All I'm asking is that you talk to one another. Oh, that helped. I can barely get a ceasefire with the Char. And you want us to coordinate our efforts against the dragons? Chance to solidify a relationship with the Char over a common enemy. You make a good point. Still, I cannot promise today that we will march into battle with you. I do have strategists and researchers that aren't needed to fight centaurs. I can form them into a team and ask the best way to proceed against Mordramoth. The entire world is in grave danger. We all have a role to play. Yes, I believe I see you. You've opened my eyes to the breadth and the depth of this treatment. It's not another kingdom that is in danger. It is all of our kingdoms, all our peoples. I'll explore how my people can support the effort. You have my word. I don't have the answers, but I will find them if we will work together.
I will dedicate a special force to dealing with this new threat. If there is no Tyria, there is no Divinity's Reach.
You have all given me hope for Tyria. It seems we...
So remember, once again, how I said that the humans fight... you fight a version of the tutorial bosses at some point in time.
No, we're not. Cass, start preparing a portal. Already on it.
Okay, let's clear out the boardroom and get the leaders to Casimir's portal. Come on.
Assist the gods. Go! I'll accompany you down.
It's been ages since I fought a battle such as this. Bring on Mordramoth!
It's my turn.
Clear, sir.
That's all of them. Go on through. I'll keep the portal open as long as I can.
Wait. Before you go, I must speak with you alone.
Yes, I can sense you clearly now. I am weakened. Okay, what will happen to you? I can't take much more. That assault was fierce. These Mordrim tore at my roots, battered my branches, and be warned, there is another. It's one of the most dangerous. It comes directly from Mordramoth. You know it from your dream. It draws nearer. If I die, you will not die today, Mother. Where is it? Tell me. Listen, you will hear it approach. I will stand in its way. Remember, you saw it from your dream. What did we see in our dream? But the plant dragon.
Casimir, what happened? Where'd your portal go?
So the achievements in this one were rather annoying, but not too difficult to deal with. You have to just avoid like some attacks and stuff, and kill it under certain circumstances, I forget. Oh my god, am I already downed? I am already down! When did the fight begin? Are you kidding me? Really? I think that was one of the achievements, is beat it without dying. I just take advantage of the tendrils and
Ready for more.
use my 3 skill.
Ready for more. I feel furious.
Oh my god! I vaguely remember not getting downed or dying was absolutely an objective of this. Oh right, one of the achievements was using the challenge mode. Some of the objectives have a challenge mode, and the challenge mode like spawns a healing tendril or something, and you have to prevent them from healing it. I'm dead here. And then one was to not get hit by like any of its rake-based attacks, so like these attacks here. That seem like near impossible to avoid. I got every achievement in this one, so I don't remember how I did it, but I did it. Oh, and it also spawns more tendrils, I think, in each attack phase. Like, in each... So it spawns 3 here. It actually spawns, like, 5, I think, and it has more health.
The threat has been quelled for now. Oh,
yeah, that wasn't bad.
Please come closer. Please, I must share something with you. Share something with you. I'm fading.
Much I appreciate your efforts, if anyone. I'm anxious to depart this overly fragrant hothouse and relay these to...
You have a question?
We'll head back as soon as we've helped these Sylvari. That's thoughtful of you, Imperator. Then what? Then I'll have a strategy session with my tribunes. They need to know what I learned here today. After that, I'll delegate someone to work with the other races. It's a smart plan. I know. It will appear that you were right. This attack kills any doubt about how dangerous Mordremoth is? Please, if you learn anything else about it, would you let me know? Information along. Wolf, be proud of the beating we gave that dragon. I can't wait to tell my sons about this. They'll start polishing their weapons to fight Mordremoth before I can even finish telling the tale. Oh, the War Master died. I feel like a newly awakened sprout, so vulnerable. Pale tree. My home, my mother, my retreat. Never thought I'd see the day when she would be weakened. This is what the battle against Mordremoth will be like. I'm leaving now. I find I am eager to return to Fort Trinity to continue our preparations against Mordremoth. This reminds me of Blightcast at Claw Island. Poor Lion's Arch has had more than its fair share of bad luck today. There is an intelligence behind this attack that does not fit what I know about other dragons. Agree, the attack was too well timed. We need more information. Who knew about the summit? Only those present and anyone they told. Too many. Information like that leaks like water through cotton. Not helpful. Someone sent the shadow of the dragon after you. Remember that creature that from your dream, don't you? Gotcha. The things we see in our dreams have a way of coming around. Your wild hunt, do you feel the call yet? I haven't for some time, but I feel it now. Is this a new one? It is the same one. You helped to destroy Zytam, but that did not complete your wild hunt. The next phase is beginning. The Elder Dragons. Mordremoth. Where is... Oh, she's over here.
Oh my gods. That was horrible. I'm still shaking.
Is the pale tree going to be okay?
No one seems to know. The Sylvari I talked to have never seen her like this. That dragon hurt her badly.
That Zephyrite saboteur had a note on him that pointed to an important target. The leader. Do you think he meant the pale tree?
I think he took that answer to the grave. But this dragon minion sure convinced people that this summit wasn't a waste of time after all.
Are you feeling okay, boss? You've got a strange look on your face. Hey.
What happened up there? Pale tree, before she lost conscious, gave me a vision. I don't know. It was a golden light and crystals everywhere. Dragon just didn't give you positive. The pale tree showed me. Felt like a call to action. What's she talking about? I'm afraid I don't know. It's okay. We'll figure it out. Yeah. First thing to do is learn all we can about dragons. Just tell us how we can help. Kaz and Jory, I want you two to go to the German Priory. Research is right up my alley. We'll go straight there. One of us will mail you when we have enough information to share. Thanks. Timmy, you need to continue your own research, but keep it quiet. Yeah, I don't want any more nosy counselors butting in and derailing my work. I'll be discreet, boss. Everyone will think I'm just doing schoolwork. They're Ram Rock. Stay close to Timmy in case she needs anything. Got it, boss. What about you, Aaron? Decipher that vision. Tyria's future depends on it.
Very well, Canuck. Playtime is over and you've passed your audition. You are to go with them.
Why?
I want you to learn what you can about the Pack's plans. Follow them to their staging area. I need someone there I know who can get the job done. And I believe you may be that someone.
I shall prove you correct. Until we meet again.
All right.
Things in my travels, but never have I seen a sentient being birthed from a plant.
They're fragile and weak. I don't imagine they'll survive long.
Don't underestimate them. They learn strength from ivy and viciousness from blackberry bushes.
I'm only halfway through. I would really like to beat season 2 today. I honestly, granted, I did delay. Am I back?
Where have you been? I haven't seen you around in a long time.
I've been away, traveling across the land.
Did you see anything interesting on your travels?
It was all interesting, from the centaurs of the west to the
dragon brand in the east.
What was your favorite of all the
I'm back now?
places you saw on your voyage?
Alright, stream dropped for a moment. Again. Yeah, so I was saying,
Holbrack, a city of Norm, is covered in ice. It sapped my strength to be so cold all the time.
Did you bring back any mementos?
I have gold coins from lands
I was hoping to have this done today, but I did get delayed by, I did get delayed, by the, am I back for the second time? I literally, like, lost control of my mount because without being online, it couldn't receive inputs from me.
My pain is
Sarah, what are you doing? Stay away from me! No, no! Get away from me! I'm not
my pain is
Please! Stop. Stop. Please, don't kill me!
Take that, Mordrum.
I'm not a Mordrum. You're confused. I'm not a Mordrum. Belinda Jane Delacroix! Halt!
Margie? What's happening?
Belinda, I'm here. It's okay. You're okay now.
You did good, Margie. You brought my sword.
I promise I'll care for you.
Look after Sylvari, I'll blame your enemies before they harm you. Until the day you die, I'll be with you. For my love for you is everlasting. Show me the sword.
Jory, are you all right? Belinda, her spirit, she fused herself with the sword.
Are you okay?
I think so.
We're here for you. Just say the word.
She thought I was a Mordrum. She was going to kill me.
I died. My world turned black. Now I don't know what I feel anymore. Belinda fused her soul with the sword. I don't know. Just have some I'll have to do some research. Maybe this is a special blade. I just can't believe she did that. Okay, take some time for yourself. Get some rest. No time to... You were into the prior. We would have gotten another meeting scheduled with... We've got another meeting scheduled with Magister Mackay. Okay. Delaying would be a mistake. We have to arm ourselves against Mordremoth. For sure. Go back. We need to go and check in with the pact.
I was investigating the ruins when the spirits of fallen Seraph overwhelmed me. I'd be dead now if it weren't for you. Thank you for saving my life. I'm heading to the Silver Waste to do some research for Magister Mackay. Come find me if you're ever there.
The ghost almost got me. Why did they think I was Mordred? I suspect it was their trauma. They died so suddenly, they were confused. Well, I owe you a debt. After this, I'm headed to Silver Waste to do to further my research. If you find yourself in the area, look me up. I'll treat you to a nice meal. Remember that. Minor runes or minor sigils. I'm a fucking level 80 character. And you're giving me minor rewards and a level 80 story quest. Fuck you. This area alone is why I love mounts. Do you know how long that purple lasts on those mines? Longer than it needs to.
They both is our strength.
Good luck to each of you, and may Tyria prevail in the days ahead.
This is the armor you can get for,
Is it true that the head of this outfit is a Sylvari?
I say we're headed into the heart of the jungle. That gives me a chance.
You come seeking knowledge?
Welcome to Camp Resolve. We're grateful for the cooperation of your respective governments in the coming assault. We ask that you stay on alert for the duration of your time here. We've already seen hostile action at our camp boundaries. If you're unsure of how to be of most use, find a ranking officer in one of our 3 orders, and they'll find you a task. Good luck to each of you. May Tyria prevail in the days ahead. Welcome to Camp Resolve.
yeah, so they were talking about extracting. So the experimental one will extract a body part, but it does not control which one it extracts. It'll be a random one every time. These are the ones you get for free every time you enter the map. Like the first time you enter the map on each character. These ones cost more, but you're guaranteed a particular thing. And each enemy has a different one, I believe. I don't really remember 100%, but... eat my Twizzler.
Find a place to lay those maps out and get me a couple of charcoal sticks to mark them with.
At once, sir.
Has anyone heard from Commander Frostgullet? She's late.
She's dealing with a problem on her ship, Marshal. The engines need maintenance.
Tell her to get someone else to do that. I need her here.
Right away.
That's the one who took down Zaitan. Tell his men.
Count on us,
Chancellor Flint asked that I convey his regards.
You guys want an autograph?
What?
What? Rely on strength, not false gods.
Guys like fangirling over the I said guy took down Mordremoth. They walk up to what?
It's an honor,
Marshal, I have news.
How are things progressing?
The Northwest is overrun with Mordrum and strangling vines. The troops need reinforcements.
Tell Commander Quentin to ready his ship.
Yes, sir.
Everyone disperse. The Commander and I need to talk.
Yes, Marshal. Everybody out. Come on, move it.
While they're dispersing, let me fill you in on what's been happening since the summit. I took what you said to
Oh my god!
The fleet's arriving gradually, and we're preparing to take the fight to Mordremoth. The cities have all sent troops to fight with us. We've begun preliminary forays into the surrounding area. I've contacted your friends from Destiny's Edge, and they've all agreed to join the battle. All but Ritlock Brimstone. I couldn't reach him, and none of the others know where that portal took him either.
Oh my, that's the third time in like 10 minutes!
Before we launch the main assault. We definitely need someone with your
I've had,
skills.
to my knowledge, no problems leading up to this. Now all of a sudden I'm having all the internet problems in the fucking world. And of course, true to form, it occurs when Traherne's giving some detail. Rereading. While they're dispersing, let me fill you in on what's been happening since the summit. I took what you said to heart, the fleet arriving gradually, and are preparing to take the flight to Mordremoth. The cities have all sent troops to fight with us, and we've begun preliminary forays into the surrounding area. I've contacted your friends in Destiny's Edge, and they've agreed to join the battle, all but Ritlock Brimstone. I couldn't reach him, and none of the others know where that portal took him either. We're gathering as much information as we can on the enemies before we launch the main assault. We definitely need someone with your skills, so I'm glad you're with us.
Wait! I have more questions! I need to know. Was Aaron working for Scarlet?
Not to my knowledge, miss, although I suppose it's possible. I never met any of his friends.
Then what are you doing out here?
We came looking for a safe place to land.
Wait, you can't just leave after saying that! Why would he attack you? You never did anything to hurt him, did you?
Of course not. We welcomed him into our fold, but he grew violent. It started with episodes of confusion and aggression.
We just decided to confine him when...
So where's the Master of Peace now?
We need to find him.
Excuse me! Excuse me! No, wait! Why would he go off alone?
We believe he's still searching for a place where we can all be safe.
We saved him! We tracked Aaron through the wastes and found him before he could kill your master.
That was you, huh? We found Aaron's corpse and assumed the Master had killed him.
Nope, it was the boss and me and the others too. We trapped him inside Spurbend Canyon, fought him there.
We are profoundly grateful to you, miss. to all of you. But we really must go now.
Master of Light. So by this delightful and myth, you saved the life of our Master of Peace. Since you have a knack for commanding the aspects. Aaron was out of control, he had to be stopped. I'm Legend Omni King. How did the Master of Peace look when you last saw him? Was he injured at all? No, he seemed hardy. He's determined, and of course, the best among us. If any of us could survive out there on his own, it would be him. Nevertheless, you're risking your own lives to catch up with him. We fear the day he will come when he will need us. We want to be there when he does. We're doing this for them. For now, they can help each other, but soon we'll need us. I don't. Opinion, did he show any signs of corruption by an Elder Dragon? Will this be destroyed? Let me talk to himself as if struggling to keep certain urges at bay. I felt at the time it was like he was having a battle of wills, arguing with himself. Sounds just like Scarlet. I'm now convinced that Scarlet's actions were not her nature. He was corrupted by dragon ideas, or wine warped. Boss, I'm glad you haven't shown such symptoms yet.
See why we should
Wrong
have to
one.
take orders from mice and talking cats.
Oh. That was a terrible mistake.
Do not disturb that body. It's rigged to explode.
Unless you wish to be vaporized into a fine mist, I advise you to step away.
Good to me. You're welcome, Commander. Spare me the sarcasm and just show me which way Kate was headed. How do you know Mordrin's are made for booby trap? I set the trap myself to dissuade enemies from following my dear sister's reconnaissance squad. Present company excluded, of course. I'm not sure we aren't enemies. You're a convicted felon. I do wish you'd get over the past. Besides, we have a mission to finish. And save some time. I can save you some time tracking the recon squad since I know which direction they were headed. As you wish. Along the way, I've rigged these mines, any Mordrim corpses we come across. Keep going.
This bowl here, if we're sly, We can bypass those. Around or through.
Might, glory. I feel furious.
There's an achievement here to do with the mines.
It's dangerous here. Too many hiding spots and ambush locations.
Oh, I think you have to do this without getting caught.
Ready for more.
You have to stealth your way through this for the achievement.
I feel furious.
Vaguely remember that not being fun.
Gave it my all.
I think there was also one for defeating a certain amount of enemies with the mines.
It's my turn. There's the squad. Let's go.
Not enough energy.
I can't tell what's more dangerous now. I feel like Torment did get nerfed in the long run, but...
Back into the fray.
His Torment used to do so Torment's effect is damage and then bonus damage if the foe is stationary. It used to be based on movement, which made it such a fatal condition in Heart of Thorns because so much of the Mordrim used it. You basically had to stop moving to attack them. Good, no, you're not. No, you're not. You're not. Stop it.
Underestimated me.
I feel furious. Might.
Right on target.
Hello, Kate. Welcome to Silver Waste, Legend Omni King. See, you have my little brother Canuck with you. You need some extra help out here. Okay, though I do appreciate the sentiment. Your squad found anything useful? Not yet, though my instincts tell me we're close to finding the source of the Mordrim incursions. See what we can
Judging
prove
from
then.
their increasing numbers, I'd say we must be getting close to something important.
If so, I imagine they will be increasing.
Feel free to hurry when the action starts.
Are you worried that I'll show you a
Ready for more. I feel furious.
There. A base of operations for the local Mordrim.
Do you see that glow?
Yes. What could they be up to all the way out here?
We have more We are deep in their territory, and we are vastly outnumbered.
We should send up a flare. I hope the Pact will see our signal and send help.
That flare attracted more of the mortal. We have to relocate. We're boxed in up here.
Let's take the fight to the bottom of the slope. Fall back, or those vines will tear us apart.
What Mordrum assault? Like, I'm sitting here waiting for the Mordrum. Where are the... There's like no Mordrum.
There are too many of them and too few of us. This location isn't defensible.
See, that's more like it. At least the 5 skill is still piercing.
Stand fast! Help's on the way!
I think that's another... I think another one might be to not let any allies die after the initial resurrection of them. This was one of those ones where you could not do all the achievements in one go, if I recall correctly.
The Pact had better get here quickly or there won't be anyone left.
Complete Kate's reconnaissance squad without planting any mines. Mine every possible corpse in Kate's reconnaissance mission. And then find Kate's squad without losing any of your soldiers.
This area is overrun.
Now I want to point out the only reason I was initially doing the achievements was because doing them got you Tyrian mastery points. And at the time, there weren't a whole lot of them. So you had to get what you could.
This Mordrum went to a lot of effort to keep us from reporting back.
You and the commander have experience with dragons. Is this predictable?
Elder dragons are far from predictable. Their minions show a sort of situational awareness.
Our organization needed was additional layers of bureaucracy. I'm cautiously optimistic.
You rarely see one of those.
All right.
There's a pattern to the tremors we've been experiencing.
Holy crap! I didn't know you could go like right up the... Heal. Oh. Was this where I stopped getting achievements? I'm pretty sure I have all these achievements. Did we not just confirm that I have every achievement in Echoes of the Past? Point of No Return is the only one I didn't have them all in.
In conclusion, let's recap.
Hey
The
there.
5 confirmed dragons are Kralkatorrik, Jormak, Primordus, Mordremoth, and Zaitan. We believe there is another deep in the oceans, but its entry in the Scroll of the 5 True Gods is partially missing. The scroll, written in ancient times, has a section dedicated to the Elder Dragons, but it came to us in bad shape. It is written in an ancient form of Old Crichton. We're still attempting to decipher the damaged portions. Each dragon has 2 spheres of influence. For Mordremoth, that's mind and plants. Zaitan ruled shadow and death. By next class, I want you to research the many theories about the different spheres of influence. Choose one and defend it. If you have questions, there's further literature in the library. Class dismissed.
Hello again, Magister. Have you met...
Welcome, Scholar. It's a pleasure to see you again. I hope your well of knowledge has deepened in the intervening time.
The Magister is documenting Mordremoth's awakening and its ensuing actions.
My field experience has provided a good foundation for my research and chronicle. Magister Stonehealer is going to help you gather information on the Elder Dragons. He rarely agrees to such things. I will warn you, he's quite old and has little patience. He's the last of his kind.
We'll show him the utmost respect, of course.
I'll take you to the Special Collections entrance. Archivist Ernswort will guide you from there. You retrieved the cipher?
Yes, we have it.
Very well. Follow me. Remember to put those weapons near the door. We may need to grab them on short notice. Hello, Scholar. I'm still waiting for those item manifests.
For the millionth time, there are no culinary applications for bloodstone dust. None. No good can come from feeding it to living beings.
What do you know? I'll take the dust to the streets and start my own food cart. I'll be rich.
He actually does do that.
Important, Chef?
No, Madam Magister. We're just having a small professional disagreement. Are these the visitors you mentioned?
Yes. They have dispensation from Magister Stonehealer to visit the special collections.
I've already adjusted the wards to allow them entrance, and the archivist has been warned that they're coming.
I'll show you how it's done.
Be careful down there.
Follow me, please.
Abaddon. The old Crichton god of secrets.
This is the Derman Priory's special collections. Security here is tight, for reasons you'll soon understand. You are free to browse. All we ask is that you handle artifacts with care and remove nothing from this area. I have to return to my work. Archivist Earnsword is here somewhere. She can guide you to Magister Stonehealer.
Oh, sorry. It's just like real life where, you know, I barely read. I messaged Twig about how, like, Genshin wants to keep me playing because next week I have to put it on the schedule because there's a character story quest. And she's like, have you seen the world quests? And I'm like, Twig, we've been over this. I barely do world quests because I don't care to read them. They're boring because I spam click through them. If the R&R quest wasn't as bad as it was, I probably wouldn't have bothered, but that literally destroyed any fun I could have during doing world quests. You didn't respond to me after that, but I wasn't really expecting her to. Man, sucks for those that were actually reading the books on those bookcases, huh? Like, the whole process of that seemed rather unnecessary to me. Like, could they have not just simply had the staircase start at one of these openings and then the bookcases could have stayed?
Oh, You startled me.
No talking aloud. This is a serious place of study.
Can't you see I'm busy?
The Archivist is on duty. I can't help you.
I was just hoping for someone to say, "Oh man, I was reading that."
What took you so long?
Getting the cipher from Explorer Campbell took longer than expected.
We're sorry for the inconvenience.
Well, don't waste my time. Tell me what you seek.
Yeah, these old years are worse than my old eyes, and they're worse than my old. Oh, never mind. Go on. That's true. It's me, Legend Omni King. We met. Yes, I remember you. No time for nostalgia. Get to the point. Let me do it, Mordrima. Actually, think you need information about the meaning of your vision from the pale tree. From the... How did you... those who have taken an interest have some warning that you might be I had some warning you might be calling. Your challenges do not go unnoticed. Good time. But know they have Tyrion's best interests at heart. This is what you're looking for, this artifact. Go on, examine it closely, please.
Just happened.
I don't know, but my legs feel like taffy.
No, we're not touching that.
Is this?
It must be.
Glenn's lair. It's even more beautiful than I imagined.
And eerie. Doesn't look like we'll be leaving the same way we came in.
I never thought I'd see this. Where's the boss? Hello?
Let's move ahead and search for a place to meet.
All right.
We'll see you in a bit, boss. Stay safe.
Keep your voices down. Don't know what's in here.
Already lost an achievement, by the way. That claw, that pull attack that the strength guy does is an achievement to avoid that.
My father used to talk about Glint in her prophecies. He said she was grand and noble as any Crichton. Except when they tried to steal her eggs. She defended her children like any good mother.
What an empty place. My mother told me stories passed down by her mother. She said it was once guarded by fearsome dragons. The lair itself would tear and gnaw at you.
I feel furious!
It's dangerous to have an audience with Glint.
Can you imagine what it must have been like?
Might and glory!
I gave it my all.
Gonna have to rinse and repeat this.
I feel furious! I feel furious!
My pain is easy.
Come on!
I'm fading fast.
Fuck you. You know, I have to do that all the fuck over again.
Might and glory!
Oh, go to hell.
It's my turn.
Die. Fuck you. Oh my god, I'm never gonna stop doing that. Oh, good to know that after I died, it got rid of the AoE circle that killed me. Good to know. It couldn't, you know, it couldn't have dispersed when I died, like when I killed the enemy. No, it had to disperse after I died from it. Love you too, game.
We studied the Flameseeker prophecies in school. Me too. I remember the stories about the fall of Ascalon. I used to pretend I was a chosen when I was little. Me and my sisters put on plays for our parents. I could just imagine it. Glint was ancient, thousands of years old. Why wasn't she like the Elder Dragons? She was freed from the Krakatora's control by the Forgotten a long, long time ago. And then, because of her gift for reading minds, she connected with humans. She learned to think like us. Elder Dragons don't. They're too different.
Oh, this way. I was waiting for the path to open up. We're here. There was one achievement that was really hard to do. And it's coming up on the next boss. I like how it actually included what the health reduction is. So these things steal buffs. That thing I had on me was classified as a buff, but they can also steal any kind of buff. The achievement is to literally beat the next boss without having any of my buffs stolen. Not easy to do. He's immune to normal damage. It's also a very nervous fight because, oh yeah, any buffs that get stolen, I'm pretty sure get sent to him when you hit him with the attack. Maybe? I'm not... No. Quickness increase... No, never mind.
I feel furious!
Yeah. I think I lost it there. Yeah, I don't know if I did. I gained vigor when I dodged, so I was almost 100% sure I lost it there.
Not enough energy.
Still haven't lost it. I don't know what's counting it. Like, the fact that I already had the achievement doesn't really matter to anyways, but you know.
Let the rage soothe you.
We'll admit this is going really rather well though. It's one more hit. We're getting very close to map completing Sylvari though. I think it's the next chapter that takes me to because this area is the last chapter in this story mission. So I think the next one takes me to where I need to go for the last POI in Sylvari.
I know how Glint died. Destiny's Edge went to kill her, right? So she wouldn't wake Kralkatorrik?
That's my understanding. But she communicated with them and they changed their minds.
Then what?
They tried to take down Kralkatorrik, but they ultimately failed.
My destiny is taking root.
But he left to protect the Queen from Kralkatorrik's minions. Can't stop moving.
Listen, what was
I think there's one more faucet left, but it utilizes the mechanics of all three faucets we just fought. You have to overlap them. Marjorie, you're doing God's work.
I feel furious. I feel furious.
And one of the achievements is the Faucet of Darkness, the one we just beat. We had to beat him from at least 75% HP to 0 in less than 15 seconds. So basically what you do is you stack these things on the vortex crystals and then just unleash them all at once.
I feel furious. Ready for more. I feel furious.
Not enough energy. My pain.
Fuck off.
I owe you my life.
I feel furious.
My pain.
I think there's an achievement, or it's either this one or the other one, where you can only use one color to take out the boss. Over here, come on. Do one more, right? They really learned how to milk these fights. Make them take as long as humanly possible. To be fair, though, this is the best way to avoid power creep. Is to make the entire boss fight function on a mechanic rather than a DPS check.
You're okay.
What just happened? What was that?
Not sure. If I had to guess, I'd say it was part of the lair itself rising up to greet us.
Not much of a greeting, if you ask me. Thanks for swooping in when you did, boss. We'd have been toast if not for you.
Mm-hmm. We weren't sure we'd see you again, to be honest. What was that?
It couldn't be.
We need to speak with Ogden immediately. Let's find a way out of here.
The looks on your faces.
You could have warned us.
Nope. No. That would have sapped the fun right out of it. So tell me, what do you know now that you didn't before?
Portal Glimpse Layer.
It was nothing. Rare loot.
Alright, so that chapter's done. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to get, I don't know if I'm going to get to Heart of Thorns today. We'll see. I don't imagine Heart of Thorns will take that long, though. Especially with the map all but complete. Seeds of Truth and Point of No Return I dislike very much. And the achievements were a pain in the ass. Which, and like, especially, Seeds of the Past. That one was horrible. I hated that. I got them. One of them was super hard. And it required an entire party of friends to help me. Like, I remember, I think it was me, Sai, Ray, Liana, and Dan. The 5 of us, all managed to, we all went in. I passed around some of my trusty Orion truffle and meat stew. Because that was the achievement that made me realize the value of that food as it boosts endurance regeneration. And you'll see why that food was so important.
Well, hello. I'm glad to see you. It's an honor.
Alright, you're 74.3% of our firepower all by itself. That's an exaggeration. I'm glad you finally noticed. I'm learning how to exaggerate from Tiny, believe it or not. So why can't you come with us?
It was beautiful. I wish you could have seen it. All crystal and rainbows.
We saw echoes from when the Master of Peace was there. They took an egg from the nest.
I feel furious. Dragon egg?
All makes sense now.
Master of Peace has been on the run with it since the crash.
We need to find the Aspect Masters. It has something to do with the boss's vision.
It's above my rank to decide which ship goes without a healer. If only we had an offspring.
Alright, who am I going? Am I going to talk to Timey or? Yep, there's Scruffy.
We're ready.
Well, paint me orange and call me Rusty. You're getting it.
You doubted me!
Hi, want to meet Brun Ingot Spitter? Brun, this is Legend Omni King, one of the most intelligent non-Insuras I know. Oh, friend says very nice things of it. It's good to know. It's an honor to meet you, Legend. I've heard the stories. It surprises me that someone as important to you has taken the time for a cub like Timey. Thanks for help. We've been learning all about heat ratios and metal density. What have you been up to? I have to go after the Aspect Masters. Oh, you left. They took a lot of supplies and headed southwest looking for the masterpiece. They were packed like they weren't coming back anytime soon. Why do you need them? Can you have Grant explain it to you later? Definitely will. As soon as they launch the packed ships, I'm going back to Red Assume to use all the knowledge I'm soaked up from Brum. I can hardly wait. My old engine, good to see you. Impressive young mind, wouldn't you say? Things I think she's smarter than all of us put together. You're a better influence on her than I predicted. You never had much faith in me. I'll take that as a compliment. But I'm fond of her. She reminds me of myself when I was her age, though I had parents to guide me. She's my curiosity and stubbornness, though.
We're ready.
Company, I plan to go with you to find these masters. It's far better use of my time than watching Air stare at the young Norn over there. Air's not staring. She wants something from him. Try as she might to hide it, she can't take her eyes off him. You should help me and Rox find the Aspect Masters.
When we're done, do you think I could be an honorary
A
member of
world
the Iron
of
Legion?
possibilities
Only if you
awaits.
grow an extra pair of ears.
Okay, I'll get right on that.
Now this is going to be a fun one. Because we're going to find out how necessary the script tunnels are for this.
The Aspect Masters passed through here recently. We're
A
close.
quick word. you hear that?
Better check that out.
Personally, I love the designs of the Terragriff.
Were these things just sent to tangle us up here as long as possible?
Alright.
It's my
You're the one that wanted the fight, just remember that.
My pain is
Man, you guys are struggling to take out one fucking vine.
I feel furious.
So it goes.
Oh, I didn't put a relic on this guy. No wonder, like, I'm... Oh, no, I do. Oh, I have the relic of the Citadel on here. I need to change that.
These things just won't quit. Focus on the Thrasher.
Oh my god, leave me alone! Like, actually go to fucking hell! Oh my god, I hate Thrashers. Do you remember that time Marjorie spent some time to help me recover? And you remember the time that I have 2 people here that aren't doing that? And I'm dead. Because that thing's gonna keep attacking me. Thank you! Kaith and Rox for being wonderfully useful party members. Not even gonna lie with you, I'm pretty sure it's not even until Path of Fire that your party members actually start resurrecting you when you go down. Or at the very least, Living Story 3, but I'm pretty sure it's Path of Fire. Definitely not Heart of Thorns, I'm pretty sure. Outside of maybe circumstantial fights like the one you saw with Marjorie.
Yeah. Let's go.
I feel furious.
Come off here. You go on ahead.
Oh yeah, there's an achievement on this one too.
It's attacking from above. I feel furious.
Get really annoying super fast. I already know it. I already know it. Oh, is someone that's not a friend of mine actually being considerate enough to revive me? Oh my god.
It's my turn.
Fuck you.
I feel furious.
I owe you my life. My pain is
Fuck off! Why does this thing even have a break bar? It's immune to every instance of CC I try to inflict. So I will say this, the break fuck off. The break bar mechanic was introduced in Heart of Thorns. So a lot of enemies that predate Heart of Thorns do not always assimilate with the break bar very well. This being one of them. They used to have a buff called like their own form of stability, and it had stacks to it, and you had to every CC would eliminate a stack, and once all the stacks were eliminated,
sun shines on you no more. May you be at peace.
Where is she?
Free of the sufferings of this world.
Oh, there's her
Let
clothes.
find you in the darkness and lead you into her perfect light until we meet again. I'm no good to our master like this. Please, see it through for me.
No. You've suffered enough losses. I'm taking you to the Pact camp.
Please don't. Our master needs you.
Hopefully, we can trust our friend here to see to the master's safety. This is the mark of the Master of Peace. Follow it, and you'll find him. May Glint light your way forward. Now I must get my friend here to safety. What do you know about these Zephyrite?
They claim to be heirs of the Brotherhood of the Dragon. You know, keepers of Glint's legacy.
We were with Glint when she fell in the Crystal Desert. Where do you think the Master of Peace is going?
I don't know, but a lot of Zephyrite gave their lives protecting that egg.
It's all skill and a little luck.
Oh, thank God. Why am I thank Godding? I don't actually need to use the script tunnel to, Oops. I went up in the wrong spot. So this is where the final POI is going to be. And finally grab it within this, this story instance.
Your friends and I tracked the Master of Peace in here, but these vines erupted and separated us. Some were dragged off, and I lost them in the chaos. You should know there's an especially large predator here with us too. Hey, is that you? I'm over here. See if you can get around to me. We have to get Casimir.
Hey, Chicken Nuggets, welcome back. There's one. I remember that there's 2 achievements here. No, don't worry about it. Gotta do what you gotta do. There's one achievement where you have to find all the allies in like 5 minutes, and there's one achievement that requires you to get them all in a specific order. The speed of this greatsword is phenomenal with quickness.
Story, is that you? I'm here.
You'll regret this.
Who's there? Boss, you see Bram? You'd think he'd be as noisy as a buck in a bramble patch, big as he is.
I think I have to go all the way around here.
Swift and steady.
You'll regret this.
That'll do.
You'll regret this.
How do I get to Bram? Like, I'm actually fucking confused. Been a long time since I've done this.
Stand back. I've
Oh,
got
thank
what we need
fucking
to cut
God.
through. No telling what's on the other side.
Just Rox was too busy fighting enemies than helping save Bram, which was the thing she was complaining about. We've got to find Bram! Right there, you see Bram? You think, you know, she's worried about Bram, and she'd rather prefer to fight Mordrum than go help me find Bram.
thought you were dead. Get to me. I'll stay put until you do.
There we go.
Stand back. I'm sure you need to cut through. No telling what's on the other side, though, so stay alert.
I'm pretty sure Bram is on the other side, but okay.
Now we can really do some damage.
So upon entering that center, the center area, we will get the final POI, and we'll get the ding for map completion for Silver Waste. There it is.
I feel furious.
Freeze! I have 5 party members. If one of them would like to revive me, fuck all of you.
Quickly, kneel beside me. I have... I'm dying. You're our only hope now. Listen closely. I have something I can no longer protect. You must understand its importance to Tyria's future.
No time to explain.
Kaith, wait. What do you think you're doing?
Kate's gone, so is the egg. I swore. Saw Kate run off with the egg. Find her. She's Sylvari. So what are you trying to say? Just, why would she take off with it? She wouldn't be the first Sylvari we'd known who. I'm sure. I'll thank her when we catch up. Better hurry after her before the trail gets cold. Bram and Cass, stay here and make sure the master gets a proper send-off. We can do that. And then we'll meet you somewhere later. Where? In the grove. We'll find her or not. That's our next step.
The pale tree? She's been in and out of consciousness ever since the shadow of the dragon attacked the summit.
Who knows Kaith better? Without consulting the pale tree, we can only guess at Kaith's motives.
I'll send word to the grove and...
Oh, yep, there's the legend. I got the legendary enemy achievement like I said I was probably gonna
I'll
get.
prepare him for travel.
Where one path
Ooh.
ends, another begins.
I got a key. Heavy, medium. I'm already on to my next stack of sand. And of course I get a level 78 exotic weapon for map completing and a level 80 zone because the game fucking hates me. Oh, 2 gold for that. I'll take that. Why did I buy that? I specifically clicked sell. I do not like the next story missions. They feature 2 things that I do not like in regards to some story missions in Guild Wars. Oh, I have to start the next story. The first one is stealth sections. And the second one I'm gonna go kill 2 Wind Riders because that's bothering me. And the other is being forced to not play your character the way you've built your character. I know we're heading to the Grove anyways, so we'll take a detour over to where this vista is, as there's Wind Riders over there. There it is. I think that's the Giant Slayer. That and I'm surprised I didn't have that one, but yeah, Giant Slayer's the last one. Giant Slayer used to be impossible to get because I think there was only like 2 or 3 giants in the entire game that qualified for that. There's one in Brisbane. There's the legendary giant in Dry Top, and I think that's it. Crystal Desert added in several more giants. Still not a lot, but they're veterans and they spawn more frequently. So they're easier to manage and handle, but...
Traveling across the land.
Did you see anything interesting?
Mordremoth has already claimed too many victims. Do you think the Pale Tree will recover?
Our mother is resilient, but the Mordrim tore at her in ways we don't fully understand. We know it affected her mind. She fades in and out of awareness, but she said she was able to protect the dream from the assault.
But at what cost to herself?
Forgot to do my daily Genshin check-in. Because I gotta wait till like 11 to do that.
Someone's coming. Good news, hopefully. Friend, she's aware now, but we can never predict for how long. Follow me, please. Mother, I've brought the Pact Commander who asked to see you. Good. I was hoping to see you soon. The vision.
Found the egg, but Leaf, you may have just saved Tyria. The struggle is far from over, but if you have failed to find and protect the egg, it would have been over before it began. So Kaith has the egg in her custody. We're trying to find her. Kaith has the egg? Why? You're the one who must care for it, not Kaith. That's why I gave you the vision. I know, but for some reason I don't understand. She ran off with it. Let's find her. I can help, but my powers in this regard are limited. What can we do? Maybe if you knew more about her past. I can give you memory seeds. They will allow you to search your memories for places that are significant to her. Please give Legend Omni King 4 memory seeds. They will reveal a slice of Kaith's history to you. Among those memories, you will perhaps find something that will guide you to her, or use them. Let Anna explain to you. I am so tired. She has all the knowledge you need, Anna, if you please.
Use the first seed, here in the grove. It's where Kaith's roots are. Ask me if you have any other questions about them.
Where are you? Like, where's this I'm that's supposed to... No one up here is named that.
Might and glory.
Oh, please, Traherne. Don't tell me you're up here contemplating the words of a long-dead centaur.
I know what you think of Ventari's tablet, but I find wisdom in it.
Do you even consider other views? Filling the heads of this new crop with only one side doesn't seem responsible.
Ventari's tenets will help them make something of themselves, my dear. All sentient beings feel that urge.
Exactly. To make something of themselves, not to live up to someone else's ideal of what they should be.
So we have yet to actually meet Fowlin. She's kind of like a sort of like she and Kaith are basically lovers, but they have vastly different viewpoints, as Kaith heavily sides with the Pale Tree, but Fowlin leads the Nightmare Court. She is staunchly against the Pale Tree. Yes, she leads the Nightmare Court. We've not met her, because you don't actually meet her. You do meet her, but you meet her in the story instance of Twilight Arbor, which is the home of the Nightmare Court in Kaladin Forest. That dungeon is where you actually meet Fallon for the first time.
After the gathering today, we must corner Wynne and get her to tell us what she was talking to Mother about.
You're obsessing again. You know how we Nightblooms are about our secrets.
This is important, Kate. She knows something that could hold sway over all Sylvari. That's not trivial.
You don't know that's true. You overheard a portion of a conversation out of context, no less.
I know. Come on, we're going to be late for the gathering.
I should say though, if I'm remembering correctly, I don't necessarily believe that the Nightmare Court hate the Pale Tree itself. They hate Ventari's tablet, which is a cornerstone of the Pale Tree's growth.
You suppose they want us gone?
Don't be ridiculous. I tried again to talk to Kiara.
Seriously, why don't you just leave her?
Right, because Fallon calls the Pale Tree Mother. Right? Like, now this is the past, but I'm pretty sure she does that in the future, too. Calls her mother, and,
Elders follow without thinking. This tablet, it's a farce. They cling to it because it tells them how to behave. But we have our own minds.
And, you know, because of that, sorry, I lost track of my thoughts there. So I don't think she hates the Pale Tree. She just hates that they're listening to Ventari's words.
You have many questions.
I forget who Fiona is. Very few of these are named, though. You'll see an interesting name right up here, though. Look who this is. What, huh? This better be important. I was on the edge of understanding this device. Just curious, what is that? Don't know. I found it in the woods beyond Mother's roots. I'm taking it apart to see if I can figure out how it works. It's absolutely fascinating. Don't let me interrupt then. Good day. Just imagine the type of technology this place could have had if Sierra didn't get corrupted into Scarlet Briar. Yeah, so she's a secondborn if you didn't catch on. She is a secondborn. All these newborns are secondborns. These are all the firstborns over here. Like, here's this guy. I forget where we saw him. Oh, this guy is a high-ranked member in Nightmare Court. I think you kill him in the Twilight Arbor story, or at least in one of the paths. It's actually interesting. There's a secondborn I don't see here. Lanthier is a secondborn. I'm kind of surprised he's not here.
Thank you all for coming. We're here to discuss our newly awakened and how we can best assist them.
You say assist, but you mean mold. You want to make them all into your version of good little Sylvari.
No. As firstborn, it is our responsibility to care for and guide these secondborn.
The newly awakened, let's not call them secondborn, could benefit from our knowledge of Ventari's tenets.
Oh, please.
I'd love to be an ant at their feet to hear what they're saying.
There they go again, probably talking about us.
At this point in time, Kaith is still too naive. Fallon's not is more assertive, so Kaith kind of falls in line with a lot of what Fallon does.
Don't lie to me. I heard you whispering to Mother. I heard you say there was something that could give unspeakable power over all Sylvari. What were you talking about?
I have to go. I'm traveling to a centaur refuge in the Silver Wastes to research Ventari. We'll talk later, Fallon.
Elders, I bring grave news. Please, listen.
This could have been Lanthier's job.
Take a deep breath, sapling. What's your hurry?
Small, imp-like creatures. We just wanted to explore beyond Mother's roots. They appeared out of nowhere.
Asura, I guess. Malamedes had an encounter with them not long ago. He was lucky to survive. Where did they go?
They took them northwest into the forest.
Oh, no.
I followed them a while, but then I felt I should come get help. They said something about returning to Metrica before I lost their trail.
Kaith, Fowlin, you two had the most experience in the wild. Would you scout ahead? The second-born are precious. We cannot allow them to be killed to assuage some ignorant race's curiosity.
At last, something we agree on, Traherne. I can't wait to teach these imps a lesson.
Fowlin is also a mesmer, by the way.
As many as we can. They treated Malamedes
Traherne's a necromancer. Hates a rogue.
They're going to remember the day they met the two of us.
The guy that got Kalmbog's a warrior, but I just forget who that is. But he was a firstborn, because he was the first Sylvari to die. Kalmbog. Those two. Rhinoc. He wasn't standing at this circle, so I think he died before this meeting then. He was the first Sylvari to die. Neither. The Nightmare Court must be fascinating to hear how they interacted back then. I'm jealous, but did you learn anything that will help us find Cave? Ooh.
This is the place? It's run by Inquest. We'll have to be careful. I'll watch your back while you're in the vision.
Really, at some point, go through all my dies. Like, look at all these dies. Like, one thing I should do, too, is check, like, how many dies are in these things. Like this one. Celebrator... What does it say? Celebratory die pack. So there's 6 in each, so it can give you... So basically what I need to do is just go through all the die kits. I'll cross-examine it. Oh, sweet, there's an API set on the wiki. So I can use my API to determine what dies I have. Alright. Guild or are we loading account? Like, what are we doing here? I would really like to get my IP, please. Or my API, please, and thank you. Now, how do I send this over to my laptop? You know what I can do? Just do that. And then all I need to do is go to history. Copy. Paste. Apply. Okay, that's immensely helpful. So there actually are die that I'm missing from this. So I need 2 from Frost die kit. I need 1 from Deathly die kit. 4 from this one. Two from the Lion's Arch one. Or from the first Lion's Arch one. Second Lion's Arch one, I need 2 as well. And then and then that's it. That's all of them. That one. Insert survivors. I need this one. And this one. Legacy, right? And this one, I need generation and solitude.
You rarely see one of those.
And they're all account bound too. So I literally can't do anything with the ones I don't want. Yeah, like I can do that, but I can't sell it. So all I can end up doing is salvaging it.
Power flow at 30%. Rerouting.
So what I'll do is I'll just buy one of each, and you know, when I get to the bottom, I'll buy the next one. I guess this makes sense, so I'm not like flooding the market with dyes, but at the same time, it's like I'm gonna keep getting these dye kits. Like that's gonna keep happening. So I've opened a crimson one already, so I'll do a flame one, frost one, a deathly dye one, a toxic one, like this whole clicking process is heavily annoying. And all I'm getting out of it is pigment, which is only used in scribe, in the scribe profession, which... I'm not even paying attention. I don't actually care. Pigment's not that expensive. Some pigment's a bit more expensive, like brown dye, for example, but...
This is the only proper course.
You rarely see one of those.
All right. I'm missing one die. One die from this. I have 36 of them. These ones here, it's a non-exclusive die. So these are dies you can only get from exclusive packs. These are ones you can just kind of get randomly throughout the game and stuff. So that's why I'm not focusing on them, because you'll get more pigment from the ones that you can't. Look at how annoying this is. kind of dumb, just because you could get these, you could have already had all these dies before the birthday gift even arrived, and then you're just stuck with it. Sort of like me, where 35 of the 36 of these dies are basically garbage to me. At this point, I don't even know if it's worth it. I do have a scriber, and he's at max scribing unless they buffed it to 500.
You rarely see one of those.
I'm not wasting my time going, you know, just to get pigment. I can't even salvage these. And I have to type them out?! I didn't have to type out the thing it came from! Oh my god. What a waste of my time. Absolute waste of my time. I have every die from this pack. Okay, so I actually have quite a few dies I need from this one. So from the... I need 3 from Jormeg. I need all 6 in the Zaitan die kit. Never even realized I never opened one of those. I need 5 in the Awakened die kit. I do have enough to get them all, though. I need 2 in the Alolan Beasts one. And then I need 4 in the Landscape. I will not throw out the rest until I ensure I bought the dyes that I know I need. Frostbite Blue. Frostbite Green. And Eternal Ice. Zaitan, I know I need all of them. We'll just go down the list. This one I need all but Sarcophagus. I know I'm wasting time, but my mind just kind of jumped to this, and I'm just like, you know, let's just get it done. I've been holding on to these dies for years, and I have no reason to. And with this API system check, like, I can check all the dies. Like, this has probably been here for a while, don't get me wrong, and I just never realized it, but... Highland die.
That's valuable.
Mesa die. Oasis die. Ruin die. If I don't have enough to get them all, is when I'm going to save the die. Because then I'll save it for when maybe I want to actually use the color. Because you can test colors without owning them. Similar as how you can do that with armor pieces too. Right, because I got these ones here, right? I got oh, is that Victorious, which is the next one. I only have one die in the entire thing. It is 6 times 4, which is 24. So I actually have enough for all the die. And with me deleting so many of my characters, it reduced my ability to get these. The reason why I had so many of these is because I legitimately had 27 characters that hit their 7th birthday or whatever, right? And I deleted so many characters, so... Alright. Oh, wait. I may have to update this, because it's... Well, because one of them is including the Zaitan die, which I have, so I just bought all 6 on, so I'll ignore the Zaitan die then. I need all 6 for Mordremoth. And I'll make sure, because with that said, it means that I'll have plenty of extra. I can buy a Zaitan die just to make sure I have them all. I need all the Kralkatork dies too. Oh crap, I bought one too many. I should still be fine though. I only need 5 more. I need all but Radiant Gold. So just 5. And then, like I said, I'll buy a Zaitan die just to be sure. Yep. And then... I actually used to buy dye from the gem store, which is one of the reasons why I had so much dye. Like, back in the day, I bought a lot of dye colors. I wasn't really obsessed with it, but there was a point in time where I was only missing, like, a few of the dyes. I think there's even a point in time where I had all of them.
You rarely see one of those.
Here. And then Shattered. And then I'll just do another Arcane. And then this one is every single one but Radiant Gold.
Rare loot.
And then the last one is Oh, yeah, I can't salvage those. Okay. I'm actually half tempted to see if I can do this. Hey, look at that. Alright. That's worth my time then. Just turn them into a die pack so I can junk them, so I don't have to individually type them all out. Fuck off. Alright, the next one is the 8th anniversary one. I am missing 12 of the dies. Fuck off, Windows. Update another time, please. So I need all 6 from Char and Norn die kit. Char and Norn die. I have all the Lion's Arch rebuild ones. The 2 down here are staying. I'm not touching those. Until I can guarantee I know what I want out of them.
Loot.
Oh, fuck. I got too searing by mistake. And this is why I didn't throw away the original kit either.
That's valuable.
You're curious as to how many dies that actually was, the game shows you. That's how many dies I just all in the exclusive slot there. That's how many dies I just unlocked. Just to give you an idea of how many dies I could have been selecting from for the longest time. I think I bought Radiant Gold, too. Flip over here to the left. This one's your dedicated stealth mission. You know how much we love our stealth in a game that's not designed for stealth. Now, granted, you don't actually have to do stealth. There's no penalty for stealth.
Hold up a second. Why are you so interested in Carrion and his dissenters?
It's simple, really. From the moment we awakened, our mother has molded us into an idealized version of nobility. She doesn't see or care who we are, so long as we match her ideal of us.
I felt it too. The pressure to be perfect.
Yes. And the pain that comes with failing to live up to her expectations. Why can't she love us unconditionally? She claims to believe that all weeds and blossoms are equal, yet she tries to make us all into blossoms.
I love you.
just as you are.
We belong together. Come on, my darling. Let's go rescue our sprouts.
Put your hand on my arm.
But if your way fails, we do it my way.
Stay close.
So there's 2 achievements. One achievement is to do it through stealth, and the other is to kill everything.
Ah! Some of those animals have gotten loose!
Fuck you. What do my skills do? That's an evade. Get in here.
Wait, there's a guard ahead. Take it out from behind.
I keep hearing things.
Great. Now we can get that gate open. Lovely. That imp didn't see a thing, because we took it down first. Now
What
we
an
can get
odd
in.
smell.
I'm gonna try and eliminate as many as I can eliminate, but... You can't get the stealth achievement. You can't knock everyone out with stealth. It's just simply a don't get detected achievement. Because, like, see these 2? You can't knock one out without getting discovered by the other.
Did I mention I have to leave early today?
Those constructs look like they could detect us if we get too close.
Unexpected sound registered. Investigating. Log, query, and log. Door activated. Shutting down for diagnostics.
This one gets it. This one does get annoying. I have all the achievements here, so I don't really care if I get caught or not. Even in the last one, I only care about the achievements to, like, if I have nothing to do, I'll go for them, but I only cared about them to get the mastery points, and you pretty much had to get every achievement to get the mastery points.
No, thorns! I can't open it from here. There are 2 more panels that control this door.
I am going to kill every last one of these monsters.
We can't go charging in. Our best bet is to sneak in and take them by surprise.
Back to work! Break's over!
Finally, the console's working. I swear, sneeze on that thing, and it breaks.
Why do I have a
Some
bad
relief
feeling?
patterns around the central body produce fascinating results. As far as I can tell, these creatures have no reproductive organs.
I've successfully gathered pollen from a few of the plant beasts. Analyzing now.
Alert. Alert.
Oh, God damn it.
This ended.
Seems Kate doesn't really have any initiative, does she?
Back to work. Break's over.
Are you kidding me? Death resets? Are you fucking joking me? That's bullshit. Guy here doesn't turn. This guy does turn. He can turn facing down. So yeah, they're all gone.
Unexpected sound registered. Investigating. Log. Query answered. Unexpected sound. Log. Door activated. Shutting down for diagnostics.
Alright, now I gotta go back to the control panel.
Let our people go, or we will destroy this entire place.
What is this? Who let this creature out of its cage? Someone's fired!
You monster. You're dead.
Security! Security!
I'll take care of them. Go stealthily and neutralize their leader.
Oh, almost had me there. Good thing my defense shielding is active.
Yes, one down. Wait, what?
No! Cease your attacks. I feel a strong energetic
It's Canuck
connection between us and those constructs.
Oh, you noticed. We've learned that your kind's life force does wonders for our golem's power levels.
This stops now. These monsters will pay a steep price for their cruelty. Focus on their leader.
Hello, crew? Some reinforcements would be appreciated. Okay, crew, your shields will protect you against the creature's attacks. Now find that creature while I maintain the shield generators. It could be anywhere. Generator malfunctioning. I nearly lost my shield.
She's over here! Attack!
Oh, fuck off. Can't wait to restart this one. Yep. From the beginning!
No! Shield!
I'm more resilient than I appear. It'll take more than that to best me.
Still Crew, put the babbling one up to my golem. Immediately. Stop!
Surprisingly formidable, but this should re-establish my superiority. Oh, what have we here?
Curse you creatures! The victory will be short-lived, I assure you.
This is real life. Pain.
Pain, humiliation, and eventually death. For us, and for them. You have to kill them.
Me? It was all in the interest of knowledge gained. You beings are an anomaly. It wasn't personal.
I am going to tear your ears off. You! Don't let it get away! No! Where did it go? No! Got away.
Forget that monster. It's time to go home. We have to get the injured back to safety.
I don't like being bested. I refuse to be anyone's fool. Not these horrible creatures, and certainly not Wynn's.
Stop obsessing. By now, Wynn is all the way out in the Sylvaris. And you're not a fool.
Wynn is guarding an important secret. No one person should control our fate.
My love, you really think she knows something she's not telling us?
I know she does. She said to Mother, they can never know. It could exert unspeakable power over all Sylvari. I must know what that power is. Once the Sprouts are safe, you and I are going out to the Silver Wastes to confront her.
Ugh. Can't wait till I stop getting sand every single reward. Like, this doesn't really provide me with much of value. There's very little in sand.
Excelsior!
Hey Ward, welcome to the stream.
All right, troops. Let's make our queen proud. Get to it.
Right, please don't tell me I have to take the goddamn tunnel. I fucking have to take the tunnel. Are you kidding me? I can sky scale up there now. I don't need your bloody fucking tunnel. Well, the event better be up. because, like, I'm not really keen on just simply waiting here until the event is up.
My pain is easy.
I need help!
Oh, is this going to be a Silver Waste meta?
I need help.
All 4 fortresses are being held. They're not at, like, high, ratio, but... Once that bar fills, it preps for, the boss. Yeah, so I pretty much just need to wait here until the veteran spawns.
Wrong choice.
I need backup!
Armed and ready.
Say some hot.
Yeah, I haven't played since 2019, I think was the last it showed. So even for me, there's a lot to catch up on. And while I've done a few things here and there, I pretty much, like the entire Icebrood saga and, End of Dragons expansion, I'm going to be experiencing clean for the first time. I was almost done season 4, but I pushed it to get Skyscale just so I could have it for the, this stream character. And then I did a little bit of the new one just so I could get like the weapon mastery thing. And then I did it to get some additional masteries that assist in or that just like that assist in Skyscale and Griffin, especially when I'm going to Heart of Thorns soon.
I need help.
Ready for more.
Waiting for the event to... Ooh, I can't imagine losing everything. I have too much of value on this account. Like, I'll admit, my account used to be under a different name. I had 40 characters, deleted... Oh. Am I back? Sorry, I logged back in and then the bandits started attacking me. Yeah, so that's about the 5th time my internet has dropped on me today. And that's the first time it kicked me out of the game. I had the stream stop transmitting. I don't know what's going on. I haven't had internet problems in quite some time, so this is being really dumb. Fucking finally! Anyways, I was saying that I had, like, my account was under a different name. I name changed it, so I wouldn't lose everything. But because that name was tied to all of my characters, I needed to name change them. And the characters are about... I had over 40 characters. And I'm like, I'm not... and it costs about $10 to name change one. Right? So the fact that I spent about... I spent about $200 just on name changing. I kept 2 characters of each class is what I did. And even that cost me about $200 just to name change them.
Safe from harm.
But that was just because I refused to lose what I had on this account. Like, just in general, this thing right here, permanent bank access, is my most valuable item on this account. When I got that, it cost 3,000 gold. It now costs nearly 7. So, that alone is the reason why I would never want to lose this account. Oh, yeah, that would suck. Okay, I want to do the Vine Tooth meta, so, or not the Vine Tooth, Vine Wrath. Alright, well, let me hop on Beetle, because that'll get me there faster. Let's go! I'm a staunch supporter of Path 3. I think. I don't know how well this is gonna go. There's like no one here. I give up. I'm not bothering. I'm not missing my opportunity here to get through this bloody thing over here. Enter tunnel. This is the story mission that had the achievement that annoyed the fucking shit out of me. That took an entire party of 5 people just for each of us to get it. And we had to run it multiple times. Form 3 skill combos in combat? That sounds like something that could be relatively easy to perform. That's a whirl. Oh, you know what? I could easily do that. Here.
Lieutenant, take the field.
Burning, burning, burning. Why isn't it working? Maybe I have to do it in combat.
My pain is easy.
Burning, burning, burning. What do you want from me? I used 3. Why won't my mount button? Why isn't my mount button working? Why are my mounts disabled? Oh, because I'm in a story instance. Let's try this outside the story instance then.
Safe from harm.
Ready for more.
You mind? I have lore with my character. You mean in my description, right? And there's characters that were to be revealed. I kind of fell behind on that, and then the lore ended up changing a bit, so it's kind of not completely accurate anymore. I plan to update it once I can get around to that. Okay, so apparently the projectile ones don't count. I have to use blast ones, which is dumb. Alright, well, let's go find 2 more enemies then. What do you want from me, game? Like, I'm trying to understand what you want in the objective of this. There's 2.
Lieutenant, take the field.
Are there any finishers here? The whirl.
Ready for more.
I don't understand what this game wants me to accomplish here. Well, I got it.
I gave it my all.
So where's this daily take place? Oh, great. In an area I've not been to in Kantha. Well, there's a daily objective I'm not getting. Thank you, game, for being so considerate to my playthrough progression. Maybe, I know I own the expansion, but maybe double check to see if I've ever had a character start it yet. So dumb. Yeah, like the whole lore sheet it needs overhauled. There's there's characters on it that don't exist anymore. There's a new character that isn't on it anymore. Well, technically is, but is a extremely semi-modified version of a character that's on it. Most of the characters didn't change, but I've not gotten around. I ended up coming into self-inflicted money troubles, if you will. And I didn't want to reveal characters until I had artwork of them, such as with Adira, whose last name has even changed, right? Talked about that in Dragon's Dogma. She's not Adira Suliek anymore. She's Adira, is it Adira Fen, I believe? There's a reason for that. But yeah, there's a huge change. Like, the thing is, my mind is always thinking, and the lore here is kind of like an imaginary world that's been in my head for a super long amount of time. I wanted to do content on it, but it was hard to get motivated. I'm not a great script writer too, so and I'm not very talented at many things, so it was hard to like get down and like. I have summarized events of each of the, summarized backstories of each of the members in the lore. But beyond that, like, I'm not good at, breaking that up. My original plan, this may be a bit fourth wall-y when I say it, and I said it in my debut, was that I planned to actually, through a voice changer, kind of play all the characters. And then potentially do, collabs. There are certain, not every game, but there are certain games where each player kind of takes a turn rather than playing all at once. And through that, I could theoretically kind of take advantage of those games. Take advantage of those kind of games and do, a single person 4-player collab, sort of. Lore-based collab. But I was then having issues with the voice changer. I do plan to get back into original content, but I'm just kind of waiting for some IRL stuff to settle. I don't know about Divinity because I've never played it. Is that Divinity Original Sin 2? That's actually, yeah, that could be a game where each, one person controls all the characters, which you can do, but they're all controlled by something. Yeah, I could do something like that. I was thinking more there are certain sports games. A game that was thinking in my head was Ribbit King. Is a game I own on GameCube. That's like that, where it's basically golf but with frogs, and each player goes one at a time every turn, right? So turn 1, it goes 1, 2, 3, 4. Then turn 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on and so forth. And that's what I was thinking. Games like that too. I wasn't even thinking of story-related games. But I still don't want to reveal characters until I have their artwork, and I need money to pay for that. So yeah, them appearing is kind of on hold. Though I could do Adira, but I'd need to get voice, and I wouldn't want to do Adira anyways because of one of the character changes.
don't you do the talking with these creatures up ahead? You have a better way with strangers.
Seize this moment. Look, they are like wind, like the ones nurtured by Ventari's words. It must mean something to have the people of the pale.
How could Wynn live among these animals?
She mocks us as simple beasts. They are not what they seem. Not so much like the after all. Our scouts have seen others of their people nearby.
All right.
How do we know they aren't lying to us? Let's just go track her down. Well, look who's here at last.
Ah, Wynn. Look, you have visitors.
Keith, Fallon. My friends here had ancestors who knew Ventari. They're almost like cousins.
I am no kin to animals, and I am tired of Ventari's nonsense. You need to come with us now.
No, Fallon. I go where I please. And
Wonder what
just
class
naturally
she
pleases
is.
me to stay among friends.
You've already dragged us halfway across Tyria to collect you, dear.
Wynn, you may remain with us as long as you wish. As our guest, you are entitled to our protection.
This is no concern of yours, my friend. Wynn is our sister.
Keith, I would have words with you. Now.
By all means, have words, Keith. Just make our point clear.
Establish this refuge to put some distance between our tribe and its violent past, but we will defend ourselves if we must. Must know we've come along with property of yours to collect. You have no need. You see, there's the people she brought with her.
Keith, they've turned on me.
No! Stop this at once!
I can, I'm fine with, if it can help me organize my thoughts, I'm not against the advice. Oh, yay, great. I love to restart all that again. Like, all the characters actually have pretty detailed summarizations. It's just like, it's like, you have the plot points of A, B, C, D, E, F, and G, but it's like the subs of getting between those letters. Okay, I'm not a fan of that.
I do not fear.
I don't remember this being so annoyingly hard. But yeah, this is why the Orion stew always came in such handy. I could probably eat some power utility as well. Get a little bit of damage, additional damage in here. I'm gonna die! I'm gonna die! Yep. Yay! I get to redo it again! Remember how I said I hate this mission because it does one of two things, and one of the things was forcing you to play a character that's not yours? Like, it's not even remotely yours. Like, I can at least understand giving me Kallenbog as much as it fucks over Revenant, which we experienced. It's at least my character, and if it was any other class, I wouldn't have really been affected that much, but...
I do not fear. I go.
Alright. Whirl!
If she wants a chase, so be it.
But the really annoying thing is the boss that comes up, and so I'll explain the achievement that took me goddamn forever to figure out, and the help of several friends, who I'm still grateful for to this day, for assisting me getting that achievement, just as I assisted them. Like, that was kind of the deal. It's like, which led us to having to run it multiple times, because if someone failed to get it, then we would have to keep running until we all got it. Though I don't think actually all of us got it, but I know some of us didn't really... They weren't too worried about getting it. Like, they didn't really care.
Win! Come back here this instant.
Leave me alone! What have you done?
Now, you know we didn't want any of this.
Wind, heed my call.
It's this guy. So, the boss himself is a bit annoying, and it's not too problematic. If you die on him, you have to restart the entire fight, which is always fun to do. The big problem is that he spawns tornado whirlwinds and earth, sort of like quicksand pools, if you will. The achievement required you to beat this guy without touching any of them. There's two right there. I would have lost the achievement already. There's the whirlwind sand pool. Now, you can dodge through them. There's nothing against doing that. But the moment you touch one, you fail the achievement.
You will not escape justice.
And that is why it took me goddamn like a week or so. A week, I think, of combined time trying to get this achievement. And why the Orient Truffle Stew became my best friend. Because it's the only food that increases energy or endurance regeneration that much. We don't have to get it. Oh, yeah, I died. Yay. Oh, I appreciate them respawning me all the way back here. You know, so I have to painfully walk. I'm already punished enough that I have to, you know, like, that I died. You know, let's make him walk back to the boss fight. At least he didn't get any health back. You don't have to get the achievement. The achievement's, like, not something you need. But I wanted the mastery point from the mission. I needed the Tyria mastery points at the time, and this got me one of them.
Cannot suffer you to live.
Can you stop doing this every fucking 10% of your life? Fuck! Or Borderlands 2, where everything gets its health back if you're playing by yourself. Oh, no, that's just Borderlands in general, not just Borderlands 2. Basically, the idea is it gets its health back once it's out of combat. The moment you die, it's out of combat. But if you had friends still fighting, that was literally all a friend had to do, is just stay in combat. Yeah, I wouldn't say I'm an achievement hunter. I just kind of became one because that was the easiest way to get mastery points. It's a semi-annoying boss fight, but when you factor in the fact that you have to avoid his two biggest AoE attacks, what are you supposed to do?
Oh, my poor friends. I'm so sorry.
Some friend you are. They gave you shelter here so you could hide with them from us. Then you set them against us, and just look what happened. They might have overwhelmed Kaith and I, had my friends not happened along to help us.
Stop! I can't be here another moment. I won't.
I don't believe it! There she goes again!
No. You can keep redoing the story instance, but you have to restart it from the beginning every time. So you'd have to go back in, talk to the centaurs, fight the centaurs, make the way to the boss, lose the achievement, exit the instance, redo, repeat, over and over and over again. Sounds good until you realize just how long you end up doing things that aren't the achievement you're going for. It gets incredibly tedious when you don't get it quickly enough. Oh look, the script tunnels are down again. Back to the Priory.
Balthazar.
It's
Lord
Kicks.
of killing and rather brutal dentistry. Is that right? Oh, Balderdash.
What do you need?
I drew Ogden a sketch of that symbol we saw in the Silver Wastes. He thinks the Priory may have something that can help us dispel the magic that's locking us out of the cave. If we're lucky, it'll
Wait,
lead us closer to cave.
where did the pedestal go?
Ready when you are, boss. Ogden's waiting for
The
us.
the interact point's still here, but the pedestal is gone.
What do you think we'll find inside that cave? That vision was from years ago.
We meet again. Miss Delacroix already filled me in. Shame about the Master of Peace. And the egg. It seems a magic barrier stands between you and your quarry. It belongs to the Forgotten. I'll provide help when I can. Otherwise, I'll remain here, quietly judging your progress from afar.
What am I searching for? Not even showing me anything to interact.
Nope, that's not it. I think we're near the section on arcane magic.
The hell?
Let's keep searching.
Might and glory.
Find 3 relics. Oh, maybe I'll find a relic in this conveniently marked crate of relics. Guess not.
Boss, you better check this out. Magical wards have been used throughout history to contain threats. Or lock intruders out. Nope, that's not it. That Ogden's a cranky old fool.
Oh.
I feel furious!
On our side.
Not the Carcassonne.
Let's keep searching.
I need to go up a floor.
I saw a book on ancient history over here.
I feel furious.
Here we go.
Ogden said we should check the crates.
Finding something that's a low or Elonian. It's a bad idea.
Nice.
There it is.
Done.
Obviously, it was the hardest to get thing. Yeah, have a good one. Thanks for dropping by, man. I appreciate it. See you next time. Oh, right now I gotta do a fucking trial.
Right there.
My people came to the desert and built a great temple. While we labored, we were set upon by the stewards of the desert, the forgotten. They slaughtered my people, and now another ghost sits upon my throne. I beseech you, help me return to the temple.
We need
to help the ghostly hero reclaim his throne. Are you ready? Here we go. I hope this works.
Ash Legion, fall in!
You need to relive history. If I'm right, you'll receive the enchantment once you pass all 3 trials.
I'm not attacking an enemy that's actually shielding. I'm not dumb.
Iron Legion, put your best into it! Lieutenant, take the field!
What are these things?
We will work together, my dude. Oh, whoops, I clicked the wrong thing.
Freedom must be earned, not given! Warband in position.
Back into the fray.
On the double! Fate, meet fist!
Watch out!
Ash Legion, fall in!
I get 2 might per favor, so I get 10 might just from using that. Sorry, dude. I'm not a healer, but this is the best I can do.
We're under attack!
Might and glory! Freedom must be earned, not given!
Oh, the side's gone.
I'm fading fast.
Get off! Fuck you! Die!
Back me up!
I don't remember what the achievements are for this one. I just know I don't have them all.
This feels like we've taken a step back in time.
I'd really rather not have strength from Balthazar, thank you very much. I have my reasons.
Legion, fall in! What are you for? Lieutenant, take the field!
Goodbye.
Back into the fray.
Now you must be cleansed.
Turning right? Yeah. There's only one other area to go to.
Lastly, we have to combine the crystal shards.
Return here with the shards. I will perform the ritual to fuse them back together. So I cannot have all three pieces.
Oh, that's gonna be fun.
I have returned to fight at your side.
Warband in position.
Safe from harm.
Fate, meet fist.
Alright, let's finally get the vision shard, please. Last one.
Is it my old?
Back me up!
Must you just blitz me with AoEs? Thank goodness there's no more fights with Kaith. You still have to do one more Kaith Dream Crystal, but it's not a fight.
Never seen anything like that before.
The vision crystal is complete. The gaze of the gods shall be focused upon you, and your path will be made clear. A Balthazar grant us strength. So I was right.
The boss passed the trials. We have what we need.
Very good. Be careful on your journey. We don't have any information on what's inside that cave.
Alright, one more instance of Season 2. Heart of Thorn should not take nearly as long to get through as Season 2 did. Because you got to keep in mind, Heart of Thorns was released all at once. Right? Our all at once is one story. While Living Stories are released one map at a time and have like mini stories on each of them, so...
Over here.
Good to see you.
Everyone, this is my son, Bram.
What did you say?
Yes, I see the resemblance.
You made it. Great. We've just been introduced to this young Norn here. He apparently is Air's son, a fact I didn't know when we first met him. I saw no point in mentioning it. Bram was raised by his father. I don't know you all. I've heard stories of your deeds since I was young. Short looking, but I can't stay long. We should launch our assault on Mordremoth now. We risk losing the fleet to another sneak attack if we stay here. But I can't come along. Remember what I said about Blint's egg? I've been eager to hear what happened. I did, but Kaith ran off with them, trying to track her down. We were here not long ago, but she didn't stay and barely talk to us. She said she had something to do. If Zoja hadn't noticed her, we'd have missed her entirely. No, only that it was a matter of life or death. She took off before we could even offer to help. Don't be too angry with her. She's independent and stubborn. Wish I knew what she was up to. See this? So this is something I wanted to point out. If you remember in the main story, Ridlock and Logan had their issues, and then Air and Zoja had their issues. But Kaith didn't really have issues with anyone. She was just trying to bring everyone together. Right? Well, Season 2 makes up for that while everyone is together, and Kaith has now become the problem.
Am I the only one surprised to learn Air has secret progeny?
Nope, didn't see that one coming.
I'm dead.
This is our fight.
Oh, come on! I was actually hoping to maybe get the achievement, which was defeat 4 Mordrum Lobbers without dying. You know, heaven forbid, right?
It's my turn.
Fall back.
Everyone back! Fall back!
Fuck! And the one enemy that's really low on health won't stay still and keeps getting blocked!
My pain is easy.
And this is why I switched to the tank build. Oh, I forgot I switched to staff. Well, I'm not too upset about it. Oh, that was a mistake. Oh well. Until I can switch back, I might as well block projectiles.
All who injure us will pay.
tree.
This isn't over yet.
How do we recover on this one? Because it looks like we're pretty swarmed and we don't have a blue orb.
Safe from harm.
My dome doesn't last very long, does it? Did not realize I accidentally changed weapons here. Oh no, I did realize. I keep forgetting that I still only have it's staff and greatsword. I keep forgetting I dropped sword.
We must renew ourselves.
Stone is patient, but I hunger for battle.
Oh my god! Proving yourself invaluable, this battle could have gone differently. Kate has always been different. First time I met her, she walked into our camp like the queen of the world. No fear. Ritlock and I were both there and on guard. Kate is a linear thinker. She takes everything literally. If she took the egg, it's because she felt it was necessary. She does nothing without reason. Do you have any idea where she could go with it? Not exactly. But I know she has secret places and hiding spots that hold significance to her. She's probably in one of those. Never. It helps me understand her better, though. I always suspected she had a secret sadness. You'd see it at night around the campfire. She'd get quiet, lost in her own thoughts. I know as much about Ritlock's history as I do about Ayre's. We were usually too busy to discussing the daily battles or planning the morrows. Strange he can work so closely with you and still know so. It's strange when you put it like that. I suppose we learn what we need to know, whether we can trust the person or not. That reminds me, did Kate ever mention a cave to you? Not that I remember, no. You think that she's in a cave somewhere? I hope so. It's the last place I know to look. Ooh, some more mystic coins.
I hear adventure. Knows what she's doing.
How long have we known Kate? She doesn't think like other people, but she chose the path of good.
You saw how she hightailed it out of here to go after the egg. It had her attention the moment it was mentioned. Maybe we should tag along. Try to find Kate.
No, Soja, we promised to go with the Pact. They're counting on us. Morale would drop if we left now.
Reminds me of...
Calling back to when he abandoned them when they were facing Krokatoric. Alright. Well, I'm going to be changing setups here. Let's just go with the tried and true, you know what? I want ranged again for this, so let's go with the Vindicator setup here. Why do I have to go through that fucking tunnel?
Looks like somebody's been here recently.
So this is where we're planting the last seed.
Keith was in here years ago, so it's as good a place as any.
The boss's last memory vision showed Wynn running into here. Keith and Fowling were right behind her.
If this place is of any importance, maybe we'll find something that will lead us to her.
Okay, boss. Would you like to do the honors?
Do your thing. We'll watch your back.
This is also a discoverable area you cannot enter. Doing a great job holding off the Mordrum Bram. Love you, my friend.
Might and glory.
What's happening?
They do not like the divine fire.
idea.
some spells
Let's
take
go.
longer than others. Thanks for opening the cave for us. Come on, boss. Let's see what's inside.
All right. I wasn't expecting that.
I'll light the way. Stay close.
Sealed cavern. You can only enter here through story. But there's no, like, POI or anything.
Great. Half the cave system knows what you're doing.
What the fuck?
I'm fading fast.
What is hurting me? They're all dead. I'm staying with the fucking group if this is what's gonna keep happening to me.
This place.
Boss, didn't you say there was a golden location in your vision?
Does it feel like this is the place to plant the final seed? What's your intuition telling you?
There's a sleeping sack here.
You're not leaving until you tell me the truth.
Why? Why are you doing this?
Because I need to know. We need to know. Tell me what you and Mother were talking about that day.
Fowlin, this isn't necessary. Please, Fallon, stop this. Please. I promised our mother I wouldn't tell anyone. Please. Let's go talk to her.
I'll make you wish you'd never left the dream, traitor.
I can't tell her what she's asking for, Keith. You've seen what Fallon's capable of. She massacred those centaurs.
They attacked first. She had to defend herself.
She struck first. He was unarmed.
No, I don't think she'd...
She'll torture me until I tell my secret. That will be the end of our kind.
The end of Sylvari? What do you mean?
We come from the jungle dragon.
This is the reveal.
We're meant
Sylvari.
to serve it.
I think I mentioned about the connection Sylvari have to Mordremoth, but not that they were actually minions.
But a secret. She'd use it against Mother. When word got out, the world would see us as monsters. You know her. All she wants is power. Think. She will break me unless you kill me first. Fallon must never learn. Please, kill me now. She's coming.
I will bear your pain, sister.
Hurry.
So in her like wild hunt was, or something like that. In the dream, she saw that the truth in that the Sylvari are minions of the jungle dragon.
What have you done? Did you talk? No. Nothing of consequence.
Hey, boss. You back? Keith is here.
All right. The funny thing is despite Fallon being the leader of the Nightmare Court, she's not really like... She's only in that position because she's a firstborn. The Nightmare Court wasn't really like this kind of proves it. Nightmare Court was forming and she was like them. In a way, she's a founding member, but she wasn't the one that had the idea itself. It was actually that guy, the red-skinned guy. The red-skinned plant dude. Forget his name. He's technically the true founder of the Nightmare Court, but because she's a firstborn, she has a little bit of authority and priority.
The egg must be protected. You and I are on the same side. Don't ever forget that, my friend.
The dragon shadow is upon us!
Boss, can you hear me? Cut off. Try to help us around here.
fuck off. Oh, there's one achievement.
This may come in handy.
Are you fucking with me? Oh my god, leave me the fuck alone! Oh my fucking god! Let me do something! Oh my fucking god! Holy fuck! Heaven fucking forbid I can actually do the objective of the fucking boss fight! Fuck you!
My pain was concealed.
Oh, there goes another achievement. Just don't get hit by the rocks. I'm obviously not getting the last one. Hey, Bram, do you want to put that shield up over here now, too, please? Fuck you! Thank you! About fucking time, Bram! Oh my god.
It's heading back underground.
My pain was concealed.
Use the divine fire. I'll shield you when I can.
Might and glory.
My pain was concealed.
Here, take this.
I'm sensing something. The shadows are being drawn to the divine fire.
Safe from harm.
Hey, Bram, are you gonna put up another dome for me? Thank you. Fuck off!
This may come in handy.
I can feel your rage.
Fuck off. I love that I showed up just in time for his bullshit shield to drop.
It's my turn.
So the only achievement I got was the one that prevented... I prevented it from... getting smothered, which was relatively easy to do. It actually has eyes too, like legitimate eyes.
That attacked the grove. You brought it down for good.
You were amazing. And now Tyria has one less dragon minion to worry about. The perfect warm-up to take down Mordremoth.
We won a battle, but we lost Cave.
She fled during the
It's
attack.
a lot more than
I've
that.
had it with her secrets. I know my mother trusts her, but I don't. She took the egg, and we need to get it back.
We're out of memory seeds. Her guild knows her better than anyone. Destiny's Edge may have an idea of where she's gone.
We should hurry back to Camp Resolve. With everything we had to deal with here, the Pact fleet may have already launched.
Which is 100% true. This is the cutscene leading into Heart of Thorns, and basically the trailer to Heart of Thorns. Why does the tidbit of the Sylvari coming from the jungle dragon mean anything? This is why. Weak-willed Sylvari can get literally overtaken by Mordremoth. Which is what happened to both Scarlet and, was it Arvin? Whatever his name was. And why being soundless was so dangerous, because the Pale Tree was actually protecting the Sylvari from Mordremoth's influence. Even the Nightmare Court didn't disconnect themselves from the Pale Tree, which is another reason why I don't believe they hated the Pale Tree. Just the idea of Ventari's teachings. Which is like, if you actually look it up, Nightmare Court, what their motto is, their tenets are compared to... Yet they have tenants. Like, they do have tenants. And they're, like, counter-opposed to the Nightmare Court. Yeah, Nightmare Court appears to have their own perverted versions of Ventari's tenants. Heard from some of the courtiers in Briarthorn Den. Hard ground makes for broken roots. The only lasting peace is in the grave.
Rare loot.
Now's the trailer for Heart of
dragon
Thorns.
is rising. And no one in Tyria is safe from its deadly reach. But we can break free from destiny. It will require strength, strategy, and insight.
You can't trust Sylvari. They belong to the dragon now.
This is why having your...
Us like monsters. We are not the enemy.
This is why... So Canuck is important because if the player's not Sylvari, he's the Sylvari party member. But this is why it's also crucial to have Sylvari as the playable character, because you get so much additional dialogue in this expansion, especially additionally from Mordramoth himself.
We take the fight to Mordramoth.
Mordramoth, by the way, voiced by Nolan North, who also voices the male human playable character. So the guy has talent and range. All right. So we will set up. I'm already on it. All right. Well, I'm not doing that today.
Begin destruction protocol.
I've done all the dailies I can do because, you know, they were so kind. As to give me a daily I can't accomplish. So I am going to farm my home instance, and then sort through my inventory, and that will be the stream. And tomorrow we start and hopefully finish Heart of Thorns. Let me change my character to someone with, no. Okay, so I can get through this faster. I did not think I'd be doing a near 9-hour stream today. Granted, I probably would have been able to knock off at least an hour. I probably would have been done at maybe 8 o'clock or so, 8:30, if I didn't keep stopping to do additional shit, like deciding my last character slot or doing the die, my last build slot or dealing with the die, all those types of stuff. Once Scepter gets added in, we're going to see how that's going to influence playthroughs or some of the builds too. And then if they add in a new elite spec, Scepter is not getting added in with an elite spec. It is just getting added in. Every class is getting additional weapons added in on, but with no strings attached. Basically, if you own the expansion, you gain access to the weapon regardless of achievement or not. It's not tied to an elite spec. But if they add in another elite spec,
Might and glory.
then it would be pretty awesome. If that spec was Condi oriented, because you know, fuck corruption. I'm only keeping the other build because it's Vindicator. I might even get rid of corruption on it. We'll see. I might leave it there though, because it does have its it makes it have some differences, but
You rarely see one of those. Man, loot.
Bandit chest is over here.
Might and glory.
Alright, let me add in some quartz so I can channel it.
That's valuable.
Praise the six. Too rich for my blood. Next year I'll be back.
Oh, Mike's character's birthday.
That's valuable.
We'll finagle some of the weapons around though, going forward. Like, you know, I may want to change them up. It really, like, in some cases like this one where Greatsword and Hammer are really good counters to each other. But, you know, like, I may not want to keep Staff on the Herald. Or on the tank build. I put it there because it has an additional block, but it really seemed to hinder, but at the same time, like, I don't really know what else I want. Like, sword doesn't really seem to matter, like, but do I want a ranged weapon for ranged potential? I guess, but I also don't really want something that's not going, like, but, like, Dwarf is very melee oriented, so it's,
a buka. I think she was hitting on me.
All right, let's open all of my loot.
Rare loot.
There's a lot of it.
My mug has gone empty. Bartender.
That's valuable.
Oh my god, there's so much. The thing is, with that amount, does that not allow me access to... Right. Here's the long-winded Matt. I'm just gonna take a while.
That's valuable.
How are you doing? Good. You?
Huh?
Fine, thanks.
Used to take so much more time before you could just salvage everything like that. You used to have to individually click everything. There's another Maudry thing.
This is most remarkable.
All right. Let us work to Divinity's Reach. All right, so I think that's where we end it, right? Like, nothing else to do. Tomorrow we start Heart of Thorns. I'm excited. So let's head to the main window here. All right, yeah. So outside of a few internet hitches and some incredibly large enemy beatdowns, this went pretty smooth. Oh, and the delays, of course, of Die and that 8th characters and that 8th equipment slot. But I'm actually kind of happy. So I guess just simply the problem with Condi was that I was thinking that a Condi build had to have corruption, and corruption sucks. I really hope they overhaul corruption one day, because it just sucks. Like, full on terrible sucks. I would much you know what I'd much prefer with the corruption tree is if the last one modified something to do with the skills, right? So here's my opinion. You know how it's like it's all invoke torment, right? So it's all like, you know, when you switch stances. Instead of that, make one of them add confusion to the skill that originally had confusion. What is it? To banishing enchantment. Add confusion to it, but give it some other negative. So maybe it costs 10 more energy. But you get confusion on the attack. You know, make another one where the elite, it does additional torment, if you use a skill that uses energy. We'll make it so, maybe at the cost of one additional upkeep, it always does the full amount of torment on every tick. You know, and then make another one, maybe have that one affect, maybe the leap. I don't know too much about that one, but you know, just change them so that they're like, if those last traits were just better, I'd be more inclined to care about corruption. But you're basically throwing it away because there's no other stance you'd regularly want to stance swap with when you're in condition. Kalas or heralds are potentially the closest, but it doesn't necessarily mean you're switching back and forth. And even then, I feel like Demon got nerfed because Call to Anguish used to do torment, now it does chill, and Banish Enchantment used to do confusion, and now it does chill. So unless you're running Abyssal Chill, you're not getting any Condi damage on it. But yeah, so that's, you know, but tomorrow, yeah, we pick up with Heart of Thorns tomorrow. So with that said, I'm going to call it here. My name's Daimien Kamiya. I'm the Omni King, and be a friend, foe, or member of the Omni Council. I'm going to see you later. Goodbye, everyone.